Well, I forgot to say I was doing this, so I'm going to take a minute to I can't see if anybody's there yet, because I forgot to put the notifications up in different places. So I'm doing that now. Yeah, okay, let me think. There's one more place I want to put this. Well, greetings. See, I guess I didn't. Dummy. Excuse me. Got distracted. Okay. All right. Well, greetings. I I mainly wanted to give an update to I said in the last live stream that I tried to communicate with Mark and Sarah, Mercodi and Serafodi, and I didn't hear back from them, and so I just today I picked up an email that was them, suggesting that it's a good idea to have communication, and I agreed, and so I sent them back all the things. Well, not all the things, but some of the things that were on my mind about Carl Ludy's account being canceled. But I haven't heard back his For-Shared account being canceled, I think is what he said in his post on crlody.wordpress.com. I hope he didn't shut the blog down. We need more voices out there, not less, I don't think. But, if that's what he feels to do, maybe that's what Doe would have him do, so I don't know. I can't judge that. But, maybe we don't need more voices that are, putting things out and trying to bring content to people. That's from T and Doe's mind. I know, because an individual tried to, I hope you can hear me okay, right? I don't know if there's anybody that can't. I guess they might have said something in the chat by now. But there was a YouTube channel that was canceled. I don't know if the whole channel was canceled or it was just the person that was posting a number of 1994 videos of the class members traveling around the country holding meetings for the second time, and at that time, I guess that was 1994, so it was 19 years. No, 17 years or so since the last time we did that. Anyway, so Brooke Robinson, I can't hear you fine. Thank you, Brooke. I appreciate it. I've had problems with sound over the years, mostly user error. So I tend to ask, but actually there is one thing I didn't do that I normally do. I usually mute my laptop's microphone. Well, I'm going through the roof with the volume on my little meter here, because I do want to talk lower, so I'm not sure what's going on with this, but I guess there's a lot of sound from the maybe I'm overanalyzing it, from the computer. All right, so I was just kind of bringing an update that I am in communication with Mark and Sarah, Mercodi and Serafodi, the webmasters of the Heaven's Gate website. And if you don't know anything about that, it's a don't know if I want to talk about that. I'd rather talk about things that individuals that are logging in here might want to know about. So I've got no real agenda today to try to accomplish. I mean, there's plenty of things I want to do, and I can do, and I can just jump into one of them if nobody says anything. But one of the things that is a misunderstanding, I believe, of course, the biggest one is that Heaven's Gate, if you pay attention to Heaven's Gate materials, the material from Tiendo, doesn't make any sense because the end result is suicide. And and yet that's not true at all. That's not true at all in any way, shape, or form. And because we don't know how the next graduates are going to exit and when. But and that we need our vehicles now. Tiendo taught, or not T actually wasn't in her physical vehicle when this came down. It came from Do. That the way we have lessons is by having a physical vehicle and living life, and having options and choices, of course. And that's why I know that whenever you see anybody trying to take away somebody else's choice to live, without any evidence, clear evidence of, tangible evidence, obvious evidence that they're harming anybody, else. In other words, I mean, they made it into that by saying that they talk about it all the time. I heard it talked about today that somebody was thinking that if somebody gets sick with COVID, then they are actually being selfish because they're taking away a hospital bed potentially from somebody who needs to be hospitalized for other reasons, and isn't. Because they get first priority, I guess, is what there's. And I think that's true in the New York hospitals, and some of them, they were turning away people. Is what I saw reported a number of times. Instead of people coming in for their heart exam or their different tests for this and that, and they didn't want the reasoning was they don't want them exposed to COVID. Okay. Because of the fear that was instilled in everybody by that report that was a computer model, from Peterson in England, where he was just laying down the numbers of if this happens, then what is it going to look like? If this happens, what is this going to look like? And so he came up with like millions of deaths from this pandemic, and so that basically was used. That's part of the disinformation campaign, because they don't know how many are going to die. Look at what evidence do we have that this was going to be worse than the seasonal flu? Or, I mean, sure, there's other viruses that are very deadly, like Ebola. I think when you get Ebola, you die within days of getting it. So, that's a serious virus for you. So if that was the case and it was contagious, but see, I don't think the next level works that way. And they're the ones that made these things. Or, I mean, the combination of this and what the humans, what they mutated into, but the next level may have ways of changing that mutation and getting rid of the mutations that they don't want around. But they give us what we can do in order to protect ourselves and others. You can take that same attitude, but on a positive view, by teaching people how to be a positive person and want to be around positive people, and people that aren't going to tell you what to do. People that aren't, unless you ask them to tell you what to do. And that's what happened with T and O. So they gave us instructions. I knew right from the beginning that I was in awe of them, to be honest with you, the whole time. And I tried to get comfortable with Do. And when I did, it was my ego coming out. And I ended up competing with him, he told me. And I didn't understand what that was at that time and thereafter. But it certainly affected me a lot. Because the older members are like, they're so far above us, we can't conceive of it. And we see the package of the vehicle that they're wearing, and it looks the same pretty much as the rest of the packages. Just has different things come out of it. And so the more and more people actually listen to the audio tapes, for instance, the more they're going to see actually the real T and Do. Not that they're not seeing it. They're seeing Do, but to see Do the best, you can spend some time seeing T and Do together. That's my suggestion for anybody that really wants to learn about them. Because otherwise, it's, everything is all advantageous to learning about them. I'm not trying to tell somebody what not to do. No, go after the way you feel led. That's the, ask questions of me. I field questions all the time. I say field questions. I don't know. That sounds like kind of uppity. I do try to do my best on trying to give a thorough understanding of what I consider to be thorough to individuals that ask questions. And it takes a lot of time because I'm having less and less of that time now because there's more people asking me questions and sharing things with me, and so which is good. It's all good, and I'm not regretting it. I'm loving it. It's wonderful, because even though I don't need to have somebody else believe in this, it helps ward off the negative. It doesn't hurt. Maybe if I was older, it wouldn't even help. Like, I don't know that Do needed our help in order to feel close to T. That he was, and I don't think he even thought about whether he was, well, I don't know, but that's true. Actually, I take it back. I believe he did think about whether he was pleasing T in his task. Now, that pleasing word can be a difficult word to grapple with. Like, why does he want us to be pleased with him? Why does T want to be pleased? Why does Do want to be pleasing to T? And why does T want to be pleasing to T's older member? Because that's their lifeline. That's the path of the chain of mind that came from the Chief of Chiefs. And we're not going to understand where the Chief of Chiefs came from, more about that, until we're members of the next level, because our brains really aren't tuned to make sense out of that. Or the way he said it was, understand it. Except to the degree that we can believe it I think, and maybe even feel like we know it, because it has that quality of being from the next level. Then their knowledge actually, when it comes from them, it becomes knowledge in us when we take it in and apply it. There's always got to be the application. That's why they said that if you want to make application for their crew membership, that you need to disseminate their information to other people, and that's one of the tasks. And the other task, which I'm not saying is separate from that, it's the same thing, but just expanded to having an understanding that you believe that Tiendo came from the kingdom that created this planet and its inhabitants, and that you were standing for them, standing in their defense, is the way that Junodi worded it in the Way Team document on the Heaven's Gate book. And I believe she was given that task to relate to us now, those who remain, the souls that remain, the remainder. That's what the word was from Jesus, that the remaining would, and that the dragon would go after the remaining. It says that in Revelation 12. So those are documents. Their history, their historic records, and anybody that says that that's not the case has an agenda, or just isn't aware, is ignoring it, or doesn't want to see it as just history, or is thinking about it as supporting the church, which is not. Because the church became the distortion and dilution of the truth. All the churches, all the religions actually came from the next level, according to Tiendo. And they compared. See, they didn't sit down and talk about this like I'm talking about it. We got everything in little bits and pieces over the years. Like if you listen to their tapes, you'll see that, they have, sometimes they have some major new information that they want to share. And the Black Hawk tapes are really interesting to listen to. There's 3 of them. And they're posted here on my YouTube channel in live streams. But you can also send me an email to sawyerhg at yahoo.com. And I'll send you tapes. And there's we don't charge. I've never charged for any of this. I charge for my book because it's been the ones that people that want to buy it. It's in the soft cover that I had to pay for it to be published. So I mean, I don't need to justify it. I know, but some people think you can't sell the truth, which that's a distortion also. That's in order to make somebody look like they're not practical, and the next level, when they're using human vehicles, they're practical, and they try to feed themselves. And so if you can make a little money so that you can preach the truth, then of course that can be distorted to where it becomes like the churches, right? To where what they're preaching isn't the truth anymore. It's just a watered down version of it, or it's a distorted version of it, or it's a diluted, version of it, and a very general, way of looking at everything, instead of But the next level has ways of working with everybody. So I'm not putting down people that don't perceive the same things that we do because of our contact with T and Do. And even so, you never know when somebody's going to wake up a little more. Because a wake up isn't just a one-time thing. Anybody that tells you they're woke is, like to me, I take that as being like the past tense. Like, yeah, I'm awakened. I'm awakened. I'm an awakened being, which is, sure, we can be aware of more things, and it can be good things, and that's great. That helps us motivate ourselves into more positives. So that's like a gift from the next level. And but if we become satisfied with that, and we don't continue to observe, like, let's say I'm using an example, the people that started protesting in 2019, police brutality, and the Black Lives Matter folks, and the people that were labeled as a group Antifa that are organized, even though there's the misinformation that they weren't organized, because they are. I've known that for a long time because of the G20 protests that would happen, like in Florida and Seattle, where there was violence and rioting, and stuff like that. And they were beaten down with billy clubs and stuff, so the police were like, I know there was a lot of police brutality. I just don't know if it was on that scale. But I may be wrong about that. In some places it might have been. In other places maybe not. You never know how much, when you see the pictures on the media, it represents like one snap in time, right? So you never know, how widespread that's happening, and unless you look at all the videos you can see, and I try to do that. But and that, actually, since I'm on that topic, even though I'm probably not going to get back to something that I might have been more important to mention about, but it just came out that the I heard it on kind of a semi-mainstream radio station, on the AM band, more of a white ring or a Christian-based broadcast station. There's a number of them I listen to, and it's great because I get perspectives I won't get anyplace else except for YouTube. Then I get even more perspectives than they provide most of the time, because they like to stay away from the things that are too challenging for the general public. But I think in general, I think they have that instruction. I might be wrong about that, or it just might be something that they know that, they don't want to mess with and get canceled because of, So everybody's probably walking on a certain amount of thin ice in the media, because there has been plenty of cancellations and threats of cancellations and threats. I got a threat the other day that my news feed wouldn't go to as many people or something like that if I continued to post things that broke community guidelines. Of course, one of the community guidelines is passing the test that they give for whether you are talking derogatorily towards certain politicians, I guess, and certain government agencies and the leaders of those agencies, and you know where I'm going. I hope. I mean, I don't hope. I'm sure you do. But and all the people that are, because they're putting out this information. Isn't that funny? I didn't mean to say disinformation, but I feel like I heard it come out that way. At the same time as misinformation. So the disinformation is what's going to be what they're putting out to replace how they were challenged by some of the truth and reality about things. I know there's another dimension, if you want to look at it that way, of thought, like with the QAnon hyperbole and baloney and that I find worthless, but unfortunately on Vanity Fair, the director of the HBO Max documentary series said at the very end of the article, he was quoted to say that there were parallels, if I remember it right, parallels between Heaven's Gate and Trump and QAnon. And I say this pretty much in every recent live stream, so I'm sorry if it's, like Gene Scott would say, that Doe got a kick out of, am I boring you? I don't like that about Gene Scott. And other things about Gene Scott. You can look him up if you want to see who we're talking about. But that's when we were studying, observing, let me put it that way. We weren't really studying people, but we were observing all the evangelicals that were on satellite dishes and, and channels. And that's what, when I was there, that's what we were doing. And that was plenty. Because we had satellite dishes we built when we lived in the desert, in trailers and tents in Arizona. But because Doe was trying to figure out whether that he wanted them to go public again with, the information, like in a meetings format. So he didn't want to assume that that's what she might intend, because he felt like he did get clarification that he held a meeting, and maybe I'm talking too loud for the person that's sleeping above me, so I hope it's not too low for anybody, but I'm going to try to talk lower, be more conscious of my voice volume. Where was I? Well, it was 1987 when Doe came to the crew, and we were living in Boulder Canyon, and we were living on Lost Angel Road up Boulder Canyon, a beautiful spot on top of a gold mine, actually. An old gold mine, not a current gold mine, but we didn't go down there to try to mine any gold. The garage was built over it, and that's where Doe's quarters were. And it was a complete apartment. So, and we lived in the bigger house. 30, 40 yards away from his place. Anyway, and so in that meeting, he said that it feels like we need to be who we are. We need to be who we are. Now, that's the first time that, well, it's not the first time that we got that lift up, because it lifts your ego a little bit if you think of yourself as being somebody that came from 2,000 years ago. Even though if you didn't make goodness out of negativity right now, then then it shouldn't be an ego boost because it would mean that you didn't grow from that time. So that's the way T and Do thought about the whole idea of, the reality of reincarnation, but taken to, but since I'm mentioning that, that it applied to the next level, bringing back souls. It wasn't like an automatic thing that happened to where a soul was taking a new vehicle, because all vehicles aren't planted with souls to begin with, and so what's coming back in a form of reincarnation is the same mind from the ancestors. That's been growing. It's a strain of mind, genetically, expressed through the current vehicle, like a leaf on a tree. And so that vehicle dies, it's like the leaf falling off the tree. And then the next leaf, the next season, there's a new leaf. And, for that strain. It doesn't mean that, so the spirit keeps on being reborn over and over again. But souls are only reborn by being given the task of taking over their human vehicle, so that it only does what. And so any direction of that we take as human beings but the criteria for taking it over isn't to use it like as a war machine. And that's an option. But like military, physical war machine. I'm not talking about a soul war machine, because we do want to become a spiritual war machine. And that's truth versus lies, or like Doe would say, there's only two kinds of mind. There's misinformation mind that comes from, I'm afraid to say, it's people that are called the space aliens, who are actually souls whose original physical human-like vehicle died, even though it lasted a lot longer than other human vehicles last now. But and so then they were in the spirit world, but also still having a relationship with the others on their crew that still had their physical vehicles, and also some of them were potentially clones, or Doe said that they did make facsimiles of humans, that are they don't have, I guess, I don't know what they're like actually, but and so those souls then they can travel around with whatever vehicle they're still attached to, the same way souls and spirits that die in the human kingdom, part of the atmosphere on the earth and inside the earth and under the sea and wherever humans are potentially, and wherever humans are potentially, also there can be space aliens with their spacecrafts in those same places, hiding from being detected because they're vulnerable. Their spacecrafts can be destroyed because they're physical. And Anyway, I know I'm going all over the place, but I'm just trying to. I really. It was actually to my fault sometimes. I try to, I don't feel like I've said anything that was embellishing what Tiendo gave us. But I can't actually tell you all the places where that added to these things that I'm saying. But if you study the materials, you'll see a bunch of them. Like, for instance, one place to read about what Doe thought about a lot of things was put an information advertisement. We had to pay for it. It cost $30,000. I believe I understood, and it was put in USA Today in the national and the international edition, and it was a third of a page, and it's a big physical newspaper, right? And but it was in tiny print, so you could you might want to read it with a magnifying glass, even. If you have 20/20 vision, I think you can really read it. But and in that, he talks about space aliens. He talks about Jesus, and what he said at the time was the potential, because he hadn't felt certain that that they came with their vehicles through the flying saucer crashes. But that doesn't mean that they didn't come with their vehicles and deposit their vehicles in some way, or get rid of their vehicles. I mean, they could have. Who knows what they could have done? They could have dropped them in the ocean if they wanted to, if they didn't have any use for them anymore. Because the next level is going to give them a new vehicle, even if they don't necessarily pass their tests. He said that all who came with them would go back. Now, some of that might be the ones that were on ice before, so they didn't have a next level vehicle. Which the way it talks about that in the scripture as having that they have a crown. The 24 elders have crowns that they're throwing down in, I think, chapter 4 of Revelation. And so the throwing down of the crown, to me, means that they're discarding their vehicle. Which, the way you get rid of a physical vehicle is do something to it that's going to actually kill it. And we have the right to do that with our own vehicles, but it's not. It's rarely a good choice, or the only reason I say rarely a good choice is because Tiendo supported a liberal euthanasia program. That if somebody's vehicle was no longer growing, and however that translates to the person, let's say there's somebody in hospice, okay? They've been told that they only have so long to live, and so they've got their family coming there and hoping that they're going to somehow see a miracle and their loved one's going to get better, and they can be spending their life with that person. That would be merciful. Sometimes they're on drugs, and so they're either asleep or they're awake for a little while each day, and that would be, if you knew somebody was, there hoping that you'll get better and supporting you and all that around the clock, and you really felt like you were ready to go, then why shouldn't you be given that option? Choice. I started talking about that before. The next level is always for choices. Members of the group were not brainwashed. We had to wash our own brains using the tools that Tiendo gave us. And that goes right in line with what Jesus said about sweeping out your house. and also making your vehicle white. I mean, light is really, white not meaning the vehicle white like the racial overtones of white. That's the distortion of the true white, which means it's pure next level mind. It's like, paranormalists use it to strike down demons, and it works. It works, but the demons also know how to use that because they still have a little bit of it. It doesn't take a lot for them to be able to ride herd over human spirits that haven't had that experience with the next level, because they gained a lot of mind from the next level to be given the opportunity to even have elementary service on a spacecraft that was provided by the next level, or maybe, I don't know, if the previous civilizations, humans, were making them, and they owned one at the time. I don't know how that could work. It could be something like that. I don't know, but I know if I try to limit how it can work, within reason. I'm going to probably be wrong most of the time, but when I say within reason, of course that becomes a loose end that people use. Which goes back to what I was talking about before about people believing that that if you get sick because you didn't take the vaccine, then you're being selfish and from keeping somebody else from going to the hospital because they give a priority to COVID patients, and that if that person dies because they couldn't go to the hospital, then you're responsible for their death. I heard somebody say that. It called into a talk show today on the radio, or it was last night on the radio. But it's like, whoa, wow. What universe is this, Sure, I could see that logic in that, but that's assuming an awful lot. It's like, even by all the logic in the whole science world that, we've been seeing about surrounding this subject. I'm not saying I've seen it all, I haven't, but that there's many factors behind somebody getting sick from anything. And sure, one of them is viruses that are circulating and bacteria that are circulating and botulisms and, whatever, all these different things that we can, some of them are viruses, some of them are bacteria, and I don't know what other classifications there might be, but radioactive particles, right? And very intense chemical structures, and heavy metals is a big one, right? The lead and stuff. So I guess what I was saying before, though, was, people can make up any kind of thing and think that it makes sense, and then legislate it. And that's what we're seeing happening still. In Vermont, just made masks mandatory for the children in the schools. If they were aware of what they were doing, and the health professionals were willing to explain it to them, which maybe has happened because they think of it a means to an end, if they have an alternate agenda of wanting people to trust us trust them, then they're going to have loyal subjects. And so even though it can be manufactured loyalty, and a lot of times is. Now, I don't know if they're conscious of that necessarily, but the Luciferian, space alien, fallen angel souls certainly can be interfacing with certain people that have a lot of influence over other people in the way they think, that actually brings more power to those people's thoughts, to where somebody is perhaps overpowered by somebody else's thoughts. Now, that we actually have evidence of that happening. I have evidence of that happening when I was overpowered by thoughts of sensuality while I was in the classroom. I really felt like I was overpowered with it suddenly. I mean, one day in a huge way, even though there was a little bit of forewarning of it. And but I didn't even want to ask for help. I didn't even have the energy or the thought to ask for help from Doe. But which was how blinded I was. And then it took me leaving the classroom a long time to understand what was behind my having that experience and leaving. And it's because I wasn't following procedures. I was deceiving myself and justifying it as a little thing. I wasn't thinking about it as a procedure. I was thinking of it as an option. I conveniently let my vehicle and the influences of it around me con me, because it didn't come from my mind that to not follow procedures. That doesn't mean I'm not responsible for it. See, that's where people get it wrong sometimes, I think, according to what T&O taught, and that is that we're not responsible for the thoughts we have, but we are responsible for the thoughts we entertain and we continue to have and we develop into actions. And those actions. And so that's why, that's why it's a good discipline to have control over your voice volume and what comes out of your mouth, of course, primarily. So I remembered to talk a little lower because of the person that's trying to sleep above me. I do have a booming voice, I know. But perhaps she's put music in her ears and is fine with that. And if you make it really low, it's like, I guess it can work. I appreciate that she's trying to do that, so I don't have to move all my equipment to another room. Anyway, so getting off the track, I didn't mean to I'll go to the chat room. I know I left a lot of loose ends on that little stream. Okay, Brooke says, were you a former member of the first group of Heaven's Gate? Yes, I was. I don't know if you're still around here. Sorry, it takes so long to get to the chat room. Yes, I was. Let me look if there's anything else that you said. So I'm not going to go into any more detail about that unless you want me to, because I want to make sure maybe there's something I would be, Tiendo would have me say about it, because, well, let me see what Ferb says. Ferb, of course, yes, Brooke, he was there from the beginning, but he left shortly before the whole incident. Right, 2.5 years before I left in 1994 of September. I joined in September of 1975. And it was a phenomenal experience. There's no way. It's the greatest story ever told, times a million in my mind. Or whatever the number. But and humans have lots of pieces of it. Maybe they have all the pieces of it. But the one piece that I would say, if in a drawing of some sort, like a pyramid, I would say the piece that they don't have is the one that is the top, the cap. Because that can only be had when the older members come incarnate. I'm just being silly. But it does make sense that, Tiendo described it as that there's many paths to the top of the human kingdom mountain, which they saw as a school of 12 grades. And in the first 6 grades, you're getting into your humanness, to where, you're financially in a good place, and you're, I'm not saying that's the first priority. You've got a good family life, and you give to different charities, or entrepreneur in some ways, a philanthropist in some little ways or big ways. You just got, your health is decent, and you're kind of riding high in the top of your game. And that's a 6th grade person. Now, I'm not saying that they haven't developed some interests in things outside that box. They may have, but they may not have. Okay? But the next level has a way of continuing to introduce challenges that, of course, one of the biggest challenges is that we get old and die. Okay, so we're faced with our mortality, and if we've been having a really good life, that's a trauma in itself. But we can get comfortable with it. But we might, because we don't have any choice, otherwise be down in the dumps all the time, which doesn't make any sense either. Not either, but doesn't make any sense. Even though we may go down in the dumps, up and down through life, of course, with all kinds of challenges that I'm not even talking about, but addictions and whatnot. So it's getting out of those things that is in the 2nd, 6th grades in school. So you're meant to get into everything you want to get into. That could be like climbing the corporate ladder, could be becoming a scientist in Antarctic, whatever you're, being a Tibetan monk, or studying with Tibetan monks, or it doesn't matter what it is, raising a family, just getting a good job and having fun, it's whatever it is, sports, entertainment, arts, whatever it is. It doesn't, all those pathways, including religion, of course, and are ways of developing the spirit into becoming eligible from the next level's perspective and judgment to be given a seed, also talked about as a soul deposit, which is a container that first described as a pocket, and then he also described it as a pillowcase, and then he ended up describing it as a container. When we got the Bob Lazar material that talked about that, that made sense to him, and also as a chip. He described the soul as a chip. In other words, it's got programs in it. The programs provide the overall understanding that the next level exists. There's something above us that created this place. I don't know what the words would be in somebody's language or vision. That if you want to call it universal mind, fine for that purpose. But it behooves somebody that comes to that understanding of cosmic consciousness to then go seeking when they have that revelation, and to try to understand the details of that, or more about it. Let me put it that way: more about it, and that becomes like people's quest, and people have that quest, but a lot of times the world gets in the way, and then they have a problem in their lives, and sometimes they go back to that quest. And that eventually takes them to being curious about things that are outside whatever box they were in before that. Because there can be boxes within, or boxes around boxes. I'm not saying there's boxes within boxes, but I guess there could be that too. Of thought forms, of strains of thinking that people clamp onto and occupy their time with. And but even while doing that, if we have an antenna up, the next level is going to see to it that that each person on the planet is exposed to looking for more. Is there some place that's better than this? Might be one thought somebody might have. Is there a purpose to this place besides, like what some people say, to have fun? Or to become enlightened, okay, and then help the world become enlightened, right? Which form of enlightenment is it? Is it what? Okay, fine. I understand that the Buddha was talking about enlightenment, and the Buddha, though, thought because of the things that he said to do, and he set out to do, demonstrates being an experiment that was held by the next level. Because it had to do with not being sensuous anymore, so not having a connection to their families. When the Buddha left everything, he left behind everything, as the story goes, right? And went into the mountains and deprived himself of food and water and comforts and whatever, for periods of time and whatnot, just to congeal with God. And I have no doubt that his older member was observing this growing soul using that vehicle that was being used in order to bring updates from the Hindu stage in development of the civilization's trek towards reality, that the next level is like a Star Trek crew. That can sound silly, right? But yeah, like a Star Trek crew with spacecrafts that are as big as planets or bigger. and where there can be people living on the planet and in the planet and around the planet that if the next level hadn't keyed the molecules in some way to I guess allow light to pass through them or redirect it around them or whatever, how that might work in a science field, so that humans can't see them even with their detection devices. But some of them may pick up things, different waves, but not know how to interpret them. It could be actually that there's a city there, with people on the outside of the planet, of some sort. It could be a next level base, I don't think it's an alien base, because I think the aliens were well, Tiendo said they're in prison here. Because when they broke procedures, they also cut themselves off from the next level, and without the next level's connection, they're not free to leave and go very far. They can go into the near space around the Earth, Doe said. And that's where I guess many of them might be in orbit. They might be in an orbit that doesn't require any energy to be in. And that it's an orbit that humans don't use. And they can beam thoughts down to us. And they can use the spirit world of discarnates. Also, they can create holograms, like Lady of Fatima was an example that, well, T said that was a hologram. And this is before you ever saw Star Trek. They also call the things that happen in the spirit world and that the space alien souls are doing as I got distracted, but itchy nose. I wonder if that influence did that to me, and I let it. The holograms, yeah, I know about that, but there was another part to that about the space aliens and the discarnate world that, they control humans. The humans that have the most influence over other humans. And so they run the countries, and so they don't run together. They're not like a space federation. Well, in some ways they are. I think they don't actually try to kill one another. They are peaceful people. I mean, if you I mean, they're not crude like the way it's depicted. Ugly and deformed, and maybe the vehicles that they wear can look pretty weird, I imagine, but those are suits. Though I thought, like that Willie Strieber, I believe he thought that was a suit that was, And then we saw some evidence that I think David Icke or Raoul said that the alien that met with them on several occasions said that he was wearing a disguise so that he wouldn't be frightened. So they're even being honest. And I wonder what they look like underneath that. Are they like all shriveled up, you know? Maybe like a, I don't know. Maybe look like a reptilian. Who knows? It's possible. I mean, that symbology was given to us by the next level, I believe. And so, that, there's nothing really weird about that. I mean, there is, of course, because of our programming. But then the science fiction helps broaden our programming. Because if we see it, then we can tend to lean towards it maybe being possible, even though some of them are pretty far-fetched, but who knows, But next level vehicles are very good looking. I'll show you a picture of that if you haven't seen a picture of an older member of the next level, according to T&O's imagination, if you want to look at it that way. There in the top left corner, you should get it in a couple minutes, is what an older member on the next level might look like. For those that can't actually see any images, they're humanoid shaped, and their head is a little bigger, the forehead is a little bigger than any humans I've ever seen. I'm not saying it couldn't be a human with that kind of a size forehead, but ears, but no flaps, just openings, and so functional ears, and mouth that's small, and I don't think any teeth, or maybe some might have teeth. I don't know about that. I don't remember that. I think I'm leaning towards no teeth. But they have vocal cords. They can speak and make sounds, but they communicate by their minds, because there's no interference like there is in the human kingdom, by all the discarnates and the thought waves that are floating around all the time. And and two eyes, of course, and a small nose that functions as a nose. I don't know if they breathe or not. But I know that they need to, sometimes some of the vehicles need to take a pill every so often. And there's no there's no waste from that pill, so they don't have a waste system. They don't have a reproductive system because they don't need to reproduce. The way they have new members is by offering the human kingdom that they created avenues to become new members. They don't need any new members because they're perfectly happy doing what they're doing for their older members. And they have challenges, they have growth, they can make wrong decisions. They can even choose, if they want to go off and start their own planet if they think they know how to do it. But if they do that, they're going to cut themselves off from the next level. And and I think they'll cease to grow, because there's only one true evolutionary kingdom level above human. But there's many paths to the top of the mountain in the human kingdom to be able to be ready to graduate in the 12th grade. And the 12th graders are the ones that have seen enough. And they can keep on doing it, and probably even doing a good job of it. But there's a number of things that happened that they ruled out in their mind that was the best use of their time and energy. Even though we end up walking on the curb and in the gutter, thinking of the human kingdom as being lower than the top of the curb of the street. That's the illustration that T gave a number of times. T was Doe's older member, not because T said it, but because Doe realized it. Because T would make better decisions and choose to not do certain things was part of that. Thinking that it wasn't going to pay out, she pay out in terms of what they were trying to do, which was in the beginning months and years was figure out what updates they were bringing to the Bible and what prophecies they were fulfilling. So so they were in motion for that. And during that time, Doe sometimes would think, because they were working as partners, they didn't think of each other as one above the other. In terms of next level relationship, they felt like they both came from the level above human. But T knew that she was here just to get Doe started. Doe was puzzled by that at first. Not until she left her vehicle, she was definitely not puzzled anymore. But so he wondered, he thought it was kind of absurd that she would say that. I'm here to get you going, and then I'm going back, she would say. And Doe thought, going back to what? Your vehicle's family, He didn't say that out loud to her, or if he did, no, he didn't say that to her. I think he just had, even at that time, he had a lot of respect for T. And so he didn't want to, not that he would have said that in a disrespectful way necessarily. I shouldn't be projecting that. I don't know. I'm adding my own mind into that. So that's something that's better off that I don't do. So I take that back. But so anyway, so they were, so this is an important thought to complete, is that he, so at one point T sat on the curb of the street and put her head in her hands, is the way I understand it, and said, I'm not taking another step. And Doe was really kind of shocked by that. And from that point on, he realized that a number, some of the things that he wanted to do, T just went along with it because he wanted to do it. When she knew that it wasn't going to pan out, I can imagine what that could have been. He gave us examples of things. And I don't know if those examples are some of the same things that T didn't really feel to do. But like, I'll give you an example of something that happened. They went into, and you can actually read this in the 88 update, UFO 2 and Their Crew, or the booklet that Doe wrote in 1988. It's in the Heaven's Gate book. And they went to the Summit Lighthouse, which was a New Age spiritual group that was run by Elizabeth Clare Prophet and her husband. I forgot his name. But, and so they went there and they walked in, and this is after they had realized that they were fulfilling the prophecy of the two witnesses in the Revelation. That was one of the prophecies that they realized they were fulfilling in their quest to understand that for the months before that. Anyway, so they walked in, and there was a receptionist, and the person said to them, who should I say? And they said they wanted to talk to Elizabeth, their leaders, the teachers, or I don't know what they said exactly, but the person said, well, who should I say is calling? And they said, we're the two witnesses. And the person was puzzled and turned to them and say, well, I don't think that's true, because my teachers are the two witnesses. So they left, and they said they never did that again. They never said that they were the two witnesses. Even during the meeting that I witnessed, they didn't say that. They said two have come, to repeat the same task that Jesus started. Because Jesus started the graduation requirements. And of course that got distorted into the religions. But people in the religions still can get something from it, of course. A lot from it. They can overcome a lot of things. And even though they might have never met T and No, they may be separating from the human kingdom way more than I am, and so that I'm not any big kahuna to anybody. But I do have that experience with T and No, and I understand it, I believe. And I believe it. I feel like I know it. I've had a lot of experiences that taught me that I knew it, that I hadn't had before I joined, or during the time. Like, seeing spirits and having dreams that ended up answering my questions, T and No, and certain students, and giving me advice. Even like June already came to me in a dream and said it was worth it. It was worth it. And then and others had dreams too, like Frank, and had a dream with Chakotay in it. And in the dream, the way he told it, I remember it from when he told me about it. Chakotay was saying they're fine, and they're in the upstate New York area, is what I thought he told me. Well, that's how I translated what he said, which was interesting when I wasn't even thinking about that. Sometimes I was always traveling back and forth through upstate New York. Did a lot of that after I left the group, and going to Long Island where my vehicle's family were, and I was living up in Woodstock, New York, and Saugerties and Carmel, and one time, I think when I was living in Carmel, we were driving down because we were also doing art shows for a living, and so we traveled a lot in those areas as well during the shows. And I just was driving, and I just had this image in my head of a spacecraft, and I felt like tea. Or it's either that or it happened in a dream. I think it was in a dream that night. And the people we were staying with in their house. Yeah, I think that's the way it was. But I thought about that dream while I was driving in the car. Anyway, and I was driving through the Westchester County area. And they had that, I forgot what year it was, but way before Darwin Cruise exit in 97, they had, I think, the triangular-shaped spacecrafts that were sighted, and then they had some people that said that they staged it, or it might have been like one plane with a bunch of planes following behind it, and, which I don't doubt that they could have done that. But that didn't mean that the next level didn't also do something, or the space aliens do something in that same area. But since I'm talking about UFOs a little bit, the next level's not doing any UFO sightings on Earth now. They do things like I showed in that previous screen. Well, things with the sun and the moon and the stars, stars meaning even planets, like there's like the sun. Look at this object that's hovering over the sun that was taken by the Sawyer satellite. It wasn't green like that, I don't think, but they were using that to show this other white kind of thing with gold in it. Maybe it was that way in the images that they got. I don't know for sure. No, I don't think the green is right. No, that's a filter, I believe. But it shows like the energy going between. And there was another object. I know I brought this up in the last live stream too, but to its right side, which then if you look at it as like this being a T, because it's shaped like a T, this is like what I'm describing for people that don't have ability to see the image. It's like an upside down triangle that's got gold along the whole top of the triangle, and it's all white except for the gold. A little bit of gold in the tip. More than a tip. Anyway, and then it shows all this green kind of energy that's got, it looks like, somebody teased somebody's hair or something, and then that is a darker green than the green that's over the sun, which a little bit arc of it is pictured, and with its dark parts as well, which is what's blocked out by the Soho satellite cameras so that they can see the corona, which is the light that comes from around the moon when the moon goes to a eclipse. And so that's all green as well. So it seems to be this green interfacing. And then, like I said, there was another object that was whitish, but you can only see it as like a half moon because the image was cut off there. I don't know if it was bigger than that or if it just was the shape of a half moon. Might have been, but so when I saw that happen in 2013, I think it was, I was writing the book, and so I knew that Jesus had said that there'd be signs in the sun and the moon and the stars. So I was attached to this website. This YouTube channel, BP Earthwatch, I think is the name of the channel. don't know if he still has a channel, but he was putting up all these pictures because he was examining, because they were letting the public actually view these things through the Soho satellite live. It'd be hours and hours of sometimes, and then when something like this would happen, they would cut it off. But there were some people that were recording a lot, and so they got some of the pictures. And I didn't know what it was. For all I knew, it could have been totally CGI'd, right? But I don't think so, because I think the next level has an interest in us seeing what they're doing, and they are doing things. They're always doing things. Whether we can see them or not, that's up to them. And and see them in this way. So that inverted triangle looks also like a T, right? And a big broad-bodied T, right? And so and then, so if that's T and it's like the hat or the head, okay, and you had the Revelation 12 woman that Doe said was one of the only scriptures he gave us an interpretation of like that, or even mentioned, was Revelation 12:1, where he said that the woman was T, and that T was his older member that he learned, and by his experiences with T, and so the one was the other object, right? Well, that was Doe. It's actually the shape of a D, isn't it? I didn't even think about that until just now. That it was like shape, maybe the shape of a D. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it's not. I'll have to go find that one and look at it again. But there's another object there that's sizable. Okay, that's white like this one. I'm not seeing any gold on it. Okay, so so then I came upon, I was trying to interpret all the prophecies from Jesus of his return and his behaviors and ways and what he was teaching. Okay, but I wasn't putting any limits on it. The New Testament, not the New Testament, only Jesus' words were my focus. And because the other stuff, the letters from the apostles, especially Paul's letters, are there's not that much in them. Well, there is good stuff in them, plenty of good stuff in them. But there's certain things that are totally erroneous, and towards the mind of Jesus. Like, for instance, women have their place, kind of speak. He's saying some of us have the gift of this, and some of us have the gift of, staying in the house and making money. But that's not true. They all have the same gift when the information is available to them coming from the older member. So he was, responsible for making women look like they were lesser. And even though any of the souls that were occupying female vehicles at the time, that can be an excellent lesson to have happen, and be able to not get angry about, or resentful about, or even though we can understand why people did get angry in the mid-1800s, especially, that it came up to a boiling point. I mean, it was happening all along. of course, you know, but in the United States it came to a boiling point in the women's suffrage movement, and Tiendo said that was stimulated by the next level's closer presence as they were preparing the strain of humans to receive returning souls that were going to finish their lessons that they had gone through 2,000 years before that, and potentially 4,000 years, 2,000 years before that, with the first trimester of the Moses encampment. That was also Do, according to T. See, that's the other thing, that Do was witness to T being the father, his older member, his heavenly father. And T was witness to Do being the same soul that was Adam, Enoch, Moses, Elijah, and Jesus. So that was the direction the records took of the biggest interface of the older members to the, of course, it's that whole area, you know, it's the whole Middle East, and, you know, springing out. I mean, the whole planet is affected, because the mind of the planet, if you want to look at it that way, the planet doesn't have its own mind. That I ever heard T and Do say. A planet can, well, a spacecraft can be a biological vehicle. It can also be a robotic one. But, so, so that picture above the sun of that object from NASA that happened in 2013, for anybody that just joined me, pictured on my screen on the second one from the left, top left, that has another picture with it that is like a big object but smaller. I mean, maybe not seen entirely. And I was saying that the T was just like, I mean, it looks like a hat or inverted triangle, or inverted hat, or a certain kind of hat with a brim on the top. And I'm saying that might have symbolized T's spacecraft, while the other one was symbolizing Do's spacecraft and crew. And how then that would mean that could be like a sign that they were coming in their glory with the Son sitting at the right hand of the Father. And Jesus said he was going to come sitting at the right hand of his Father. And he ended up becoming the right hand of his Father while he was incarnate. Because the right hand was like the first son, so to speak. Now, I don't know if Do was the first son of T. T had other individuals graduate through her fathering. It's not really a gender thing, by the way, because the next level doesn't have any gender. We have to overcome our gender consciousness. And as one of the things to overcome in the human kingdom, the same as overcome our sexual consciousness, and the same as overcoming our racial consciousness. So we should all be striving for color blindness, in terms of like Martin Luther King said, judge people by the character, not the color of their skin. That's the next level way of thinking, I believe. That's what I was getting to before. I was saying, you come to identify the ways that the next level thinks. I could be wrong about that because I don't remember them actually saying anything about Martin Luther King being a task of what I think might be one of the older students. And Gandhi, I would think, might be one as well, with his nonviolence. And he was also connected to the book The Kingdom of God is Within You, that was written by, what was it, Tolstoy? I might not have that author name correct. But from Russia. So that shows that link there with Gandhi. Because Hinduism is to Judaism, as Buddhism is to Christianity. And I don't know what, and Islam is like on that strain of Hindu Buddhist, I believe, right? And I don't know if there's a comparison in I don't think there is one. Well, if you want to look at anybody that's had another book of information that they believe in, then you would have to look at the Latter-day Saints, I think, because in the Joseph Smith experience, and how it can be shown that that was potentially a hologram of some sort that he was shown of two individuals in the early 1800s, which was right at the same time that Tecumseh in the midsection of the United States was going through having dreams, I guess, and a huge earthquake and a comet that he ended up telling to other people in other tribes that he predicted and happened. And so that really rallied a whole bunch of tribes to him as being like a prophet. And it's interesting that you spell the word Tecumah, I think, or Seh, Tecumseh, I think. But if it's an AH on the end, then that could be above human at the end of it. And TE is the way that we used to spell. At first, we spelled TE instead of TI, but then Doe changed it. Then sometimes Doe would say TI, and so we started doing it, the way he was doing it. And but he still used TE sometimes. I'm not sure where exactly, but so he determined that we were going to settle on using TI to be consistent, on that. But it didn't matter how you said it. I mean, how you spelt it. But I took notice of that, of course. As well. Wow, I wonder if that was the next law made the Mississippi River flow backwards. I just learned that this recent hurricane made the Mississippi River flow backwards someplace. I guess you get so much. I guess it's that close to sea level. Is that what it is? If it becomes that upstream, So, and there was also a big UFO flap in the early 1800s. And then there was a big UFO flap in the mid-1800s. And at the end of the 1800s, 1897, there was a crash in Aurora, Texas. They had one body, and it went into the clock tower in downtown. Nobody got hurt, but there was one body, but it was not a human body, they said. And they buried it in the graveyard, and then it was removed when I forgot his name, but a researcher wanted to exhume the body, and the town was fighting against it. I don't know who all was fighting against it, but it wasn't going to happen. And so while he was trying to make it a legal matter, they ended up moving changing the gravestone, and so it wasn't there anymore. Or I don't know, maybe it's just a blank gravestone. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I know it didn't have the inscription that said something about, this person coming from space or something like that. I have to go back and look at it. Maybe I got some of that wrong, but Tia never talked about it that I ever heard. And but that didn't mean that it didn't happen from the next level. Because I don't know if the space aliens knew how they were going to come into this environment before it happened, which I believe it happened in Roswell and Aztec. And maybe some of those hesitancy was because he felt like also the Luciferians had also, I don't like using the word Luciferians because it's being used so much, and it depicts that hard to believe, cartoonish, science fiction-ish, supernatural-ish, spiritual-ish, which it is all those things. Okay, no question about it. But it's actually a real person we're talking about who broke away from the next level, and then some that went with him. I'm going to move on in the chat room. Mr. UFO guy, hello. Luigi Spaghetti. Luigi Spaghetti, I like that name. I can't eat it anymore. Well, I can eat a little bit of it, but Warlander TV, hope you are doing well, Sawyer. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Thank you. Steak and eggs, good evening. I've seen you here before, steak and eggs. I know I've tasted your steak and eggs. No, not really. Just being silly. Okay, Jeff Barnes, T&O had their silliness. I've told the story before many times, but in a meeting one time, Teak was cracking up because he was talking about the Shroud of Turin, because they were seeing it in the news, and sometimes they would. We got the news even when we were living outdoors in Wyoming, in the middle of nowhere. I mean, on ranch land, huge ranches, many miles from people, but it was so flat that we got, radio, TV signals. And so one time she said that she saw something about the Shroud of Turin. And she started laughing, and then she could barely get her words out. But then she finally said, they were worshiping Jesus' snot rag. They're worshiping Jesus' snot rag. That's about it. That's about it. Whether it was or was not, doesn't matter. They think it is, and so they're worshiping it. Jeff, hello. I'm watching Cobra eat tacos like an apple, drunk as heck, too. Cobra. Talking about some video game or something, I guess. Or eating contest of some sort. Noxious butt spray. Yeah, buddy. Thank you. I'm still got the image of that cobra eating tacos. I was picturing a cobra snake eating tacos. Cobra is on one tonight. Okay. Hello. Thank Nild. Dead man. Hi Sawyer. Good to see your lives again. Much love. Same to you. It's good to be engaged again. Engaged with T&O's material. Did they go into a black hole? I don't know. But they talked about how there were highways in the heavens. And so it might be like a contact experience that is like the Bob Lazar graph paper, like the waveform, like if the universe was like on a huge wave, and if you actually took two waves that were right next to each other, and let's say you curled them a little bit so that they could touch. Well, then you could traverse that distance that would linearly would be a huge amount, and maybe even like in an instant, because maybe that's where there would be a point of like a vacuum, right, to where there's actually nothing in between you and the other side. Maybe, I don't know. I'm just trying to come up with things because Doe exposed us to Bob Lazar's material, where he talked about that. That's where I got the idea from. But, so, I don't think it's far-fetched. Because that would explain how people from other galaxies could even get to this one within their lifetime, whatever that lifetime is. But in the next level, they don't have lifetimes. So but they do have time, but it's thought of as events. They don't have clocks that tell them, when the clock gets to this point, you do this. No, it's when the event gets to this point that you consider doing something else that you might have been working up to. But it's always fluid. It's always in the sense that it's changeable. Like a clock goes off, it's going to be 12 o'clock, it's going to happen at 12 o'clock, right? You can't change that. I mean, sure, you can change it by moving the hands around, but it's not going to change what you do, that you plan to do at 12 o'clock. But then again, what you plan to do might not end up being what you thought to do. So it could be the same thing as with the next level, in terms of, having choices. So I shouldn't have, maybe it's a bit of a waste of time with my brain trying to at least analyze things somewhat, but maybe just as often not really being anything worthwhile, except as imagination goes. So, El Guero, I can rarely join live, but it is good to see you. Same here. L, that's the, does it mean the in, I don't know what Guero means, if it means something. It probably does. VREBOT. Hello. Thomas Miller, I rarely get to listen to your stream, Sawyer, but it's a true pleasure. Thank you. It's my pleasure also. Thomas Miller. Krell, do you used to teach music, didn't he? Doe used to teach music, didn't he? Yes. I don't know if you taught instruments or if you, because he played piano. I knew that, but I don't know if he taught piano, but he taught voice for sure. And he led choruses, and he sang opera in the Houston Opera. The lead roles of, like Oklahoma was one of them that he was the lead role on. One of the lead roles. I don't know how many there were on that. You and he ever jammed together? No. But I watched him play maybe 4 bars on a piano one time. And it was kind of really like serious, like Tchaikovsky or something, or somebody else that's really heavy sounding, deep. Some people might call it dark, but it's not necessarily dark. It's serious. And and he sang with us sometimes, but as a chorus, T gave instructions for him to form a chorus, and he chose the songs. I don't know if he asked T what songs to do, but one of them was Lowhower Rose, and I understood that to be Doe's favorite song, and T's favorite song. It just happens to be the image of a flower rising up because of the negativity, becoming a positive product from the thorns, like the phoenix rising out of the ashes. Might be an illustration like that as well. Where the ashes are the prayers of saints. In other words, the struggling of the individuals that are trying to grow, working within the negative human kingdom. I'm not saying it's all negative in the human kingdom. It's not. T even said in tape 149 that there's more goodness percentage-wise in the human kingdom than there is baddies. And but Joe chimed in at that point and said there might be more baddies actually than goodies. You know, he didn't say goodies, but in other words, more numbers of people that are on the dark side. You know, they're being bad in different ways from the next level's perspective. They might not be bad from a government perspective, because governments justify killing people and stuff like that, right? So that's certainly a bad thing to do. I know there was probably singing at least, right? And so they considered having us sing Christmas carols on the street or somewhere, you know. So, but we never did it. Because we only celebrated Christmas, I think one time, the first time in 1985, the Christmas before T left her vehicle. And I think the Christmas after T left her vehicle. We just go. And then they, I think, celebrated Christmas, the Christmas before exiting, 1996 Christmas. But in between that, we didn't celebrate it at all. And they celebrated it in a kind of an unusual way. Well, not totally unusual. I mean, they got a tree, and we put some kind of tinsel on it. That's it, no bulbs, no words, no lights, and we had like a buffet dinner, which we really didn't have before. And we stood around, and Doe felt like on the Christmas that he instigated, after he left, I think it was then, he had us try a little liqueur, I think it was, some sort. And we had a half of a shot glass full each. And you weren't required to drink it. But we learned later that since your older member was having some, that you should at least touch your lips to it, so that you can have some. And but your older member wouldn't have wanted you to drink it just because he drank more of it if it didn't agree with you. Because the older member doesn't know if you've got some kind of an allergy or something. I mean, if you did and you knew about it, you would tell him, and then he wouldn't drink it at all. I mean, T and Doe were always open to hearing our responses to things that they were giving us to do. And often we learned how they thought about things. And so they weren't just, making things up. I mean, getting together like humans do and, form a committee or whatever and look at the pluses, look at the minuses of saying this or doing this based on, what the students are going to think and feel and what they can do or not, I mean, not really wasn't in the case. I mean, that could be taken to an extreme, but I mean, they would get an instruction, and you can see an example of it in the Black Hawk tapes, where they got new information, and so they would give so many meetings, surrounding that new information. It might be a few days apart, and but we rarely had instruction to go back and listen to those tapes again. But it was always an option. So that shows you how you can wash your brain out by re-listening to the information. It can help. It can help. Bring clarity to things. When we have questions about, and doubts and whatever it is, their information is contagious. Thankfully, and it's only fear of the unknown that somebody would not want to even attempt to, look into what they're teaching in a more in-depth way, than rather than just looking at a few of the things that were said about them. That, can sound pretty bizarre. I understand that. But there was nothing that was bizarre to me because, well, there was one time that, it was bizarre watching, though, after I had left the classroom and didn't want to go back, and came back to the information, and after a whole series of dreams and some premonitions and some that came true and some a sighting or two of a streak. The second streak, when I asked for it to happen when I was in Montauk, Long Island. Anyway, but that helped me want to be of service again. So I started watching Heaven's Gate videos, those videos from the exits, right? And because the website was still up, and I got in touch with Carlin pretty quickly, who had been engaged with, the whole subject for a few years at that point. Because I'm talking about like early 2000. And, no, before that even, the late 90s. No, around 2000 or 2001, when I started to. No, it was 2000 when I asked for service again. I also asked at that time that I wouldn't have to leave my newborn daughter. And I got a thought back. This happened while I was totally conscious, and I wasn't under any influences of anything. And I felt like as soon as I said that, I right away felt like that won't be necessary now. Which goes along with what they were teaching in tape 149, that leaving everything behind was for that time when they were there, primarily. I'm not saying that somebody couldn't do that. Next level doesn't tell you what you can't do. Well, they do tell you what you can't do and make it into the next level, so I'm wrong about that. But they don't, like, if you have an idea you want to go someplace, they don't tell you not to go there. Unless you ask them. I'm talking about in your head. If you ask the highest source that you can reach in the among the stars for help, imagining that to be even living beings, or being, whatever your tradition was, the next level can see that if it's a genuine thirst. And so it behooves us to repeat that whenever we feel the thirst to do it. If you do it just by rote, just like, maybe there's some value to that sometimes. Like making a point to meditate and ask for help. I shouldn't say maybe. There's a value to that. But by and large, the way that we ask for help is by going through our day and trying to be keen to what Tiendo would have us do and not do, say and not say, think and not think. I don't believe they would have us ignore what's happening in the world, because if we choose to do a task for Tiendo of standing for them in their defense, which is one of the tasks that they left behind for us to do, that require having a physical vehicle to do it, then we want to be able to interface with people. And so when we watch the news, one of the ways that we can try to figure out what Tiendo would think about this is by wondering about it. And that wondering even taking us to examining things that other people might say is not a reliable source. But then figuring it out for yourself by keeping on examining the same subjects, and when you start to see the same things coming up and those things have some sense to them, and you can see that some people aren't, like in the beginning of a crisis, like a war or like election fraud, like happened in 2000, for example, and probably did also happen in a big way in 2019. But in the beginning of that, when that's just the whole COVID experience, that's when you're going to pay most attention, I think, to the things that you hear from people. Because that's when the least censorship was engaged, because they didn't really know how much would need to be censored. Although they did, it took things down pretty quickly. But if you were somebody that was really paying attention every day to what new posts there were on YouTube from doctors and things, you got to see a lot of things that you later learned were completely true. Like the way that I saw a doctor from Germany who was, I think, originally from China, who knew Chinese doctors in Wuhan that were treating patients with vitamin C infusions, mega doses, and having some success with that. And there was one family that they contact traced to from somebody that was sick with this virus, and their family all lived. It was a big family, and they all lived in the same house. And so they went to that house to see if there were any more cases, and found out that the one thing that was different about the one person that was in the hospital getting the vitamin C infusion was that that person wasn't taking a vitamin C supplement, and the rest of the family was. And he reported that. And then I saw, I was always a follower of Green Med Info website blog, and he was promoting vitamin C separately from that, and putting doctors holding allopathic. I'm forgetting how to say that word. That's a consequence of getting old, maybe. I don't know, or tired, or both. Um, but but when he put that article out about the vitamin C being beneficial, this was a different story altogether from the one in China. Uh, um, he was thrown off of Pinterest. His account was suspended on Pinterest, which reminded me that there's always been this like little war that's been going on between the allopathic medical community, the medical industrial complex, and the associations against the people that were leaning more towards the natural healing modalities, and the permafrost, not the permaculture growing practices, and and use of natural pesticides and organics, and not so much of the genetic engineering crowd. And so I'm just kind of like saying, like, I would see these different things happening. And so early on, I'm talking about, as soon as, the first reports were a week or two old, I was seeing this information about vitamin C. And then I learned a month or so after that a New York City hospital, at least one, was using vitamin C. And then later on, I learned that there was a Houston hospital that was using hydrochloroquine successfully because there was a nurse there that was originally from Africa where it was sold over the counter. But what was not told correctly was that it doesn't work as well by itself, but it works better with a zinc or an antibiotic of some sort with it. And so, so the fact that was, squashed, and the fact that Trump came out with that, about that, among the things that, he was trying to encourage the doctors, Fauci and the doctors, Burt's, of looking into alternative therapies. And you know what happened after that? He stopped giving those meetings. It showed that he didn't have control over, or maybe he decided not to do it anymore. Maybe he felt like, it wasn't going to change the course at all. I'm not saying that he wasn't. He might have become of one mind with them, thinking of inoculations as the only solution. That's what they're promoting. If you look at it, actually, realistically, I mean, you find out that that's the mainstream media's bit. That's what they tell you. And that doesn't mean that they don't show you a story once in a while about the use of some other medicines, especially now that the election's over. So they got all, one of the advantages that they got from doing this now was election year, was they it was perfect timing, right, to be able to have everybody quarantined, and then to require mail-in ballots that would be very hard to verify in time within the time zone that the elections were expected to be verified, because they'd be coming in for a long time afterwards, and so if they weren't allowed to, if some people weren't allowed to see them because they were claiming that there were too many people in the room because of COVID, then they were able to keep certain people away from seeing that there was no, sometimes there were no names or addresses on them, or they were filling it in on the spot or something. Who knows how that could have worked. Oh, they were throwing away the envelopes because some of the ballots, which I got a ballot in Vermont, that proved this, that the ballot itself has no identification with the person who got it, because it's supposed to be it's supposed to be, what do you say, anonymous, right? And there's reasons for that, of course, that makes sense. But in this context, when it's a mail-in ballot, it just becomes a huge avenue to actually just print out ballots and then, taking a whole bunch of dead people's names and putting them on there and mailing them in, putting them in those drop boxes, because you didn't have to go to anybody. You didn't have to show your ID like you have to do when you vote in these small towns that I'm in. So if you didn't have to do that, that's one more way. And in Arizona, which they're finding out with these audits that they did, that they're now battling about still, and they're going to continue to battle on them. We may never know the truth of what happened in some of those key cities, because the cities are where most of the people were that were voting Democrat. I didn't vote at all because I couldn't stand any of them. Even though I had that couple good things to say about Trump, it was just a couple. That, and he was initially he was going to have Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the son of the Robert F. Kennedy Sr. that was shot dead while he was running for president, and he was in the Senate at that time. Trump was going to assign him to look into the vaccine situation, because something else that he had said in his campaign was that he felt like giving too many vaccines all at the same time to young children wasn't a good idea. Now that's using some common sense. So I mean, he was painted as the worst thing since I don't know who, Hitler, I guess, is what they were trying to paint him as. I'm not saying he didn't have plenty of terrible characteristics, but there is a way of looking at him as being sometimes wanting to do the right thing, where you won't see that. Well, you might see it in Biden. I'm not saying that he doesn't have some of that too, but I don't think Biden gave over the control of his mouth to his handlers. I mean, I saw him talk about it. There's clips of him actually saying that. Not his handlers, but what they tell me to say. Even Obama said that about the UFO thing in Area 51 in an interview. He gave, I forget who, he said, well, that's what they tell me to say. That they don't know whether they're space aliens or not, or something like that. And that's what Bush said too, in a sense, when Tim Russ had asked him in an interview about Skull and Bones. We heard you were a part of a secret society called Skull and Bones, and Bush said with a grin, well, that's a secret. That's a secret, Tim. So I put that in a song I wrote, some lyrics. It's a secret, Tim, you knew. I forgot the rest of the lyrics. When I'm thinking about other things, it's sometimes hard for me to remember them, but they're okay, I think, But the song has to do with, I call it Conspiracy R Us, and like Toys R Us, and because I like the way that the U.S. was at the end of that, and Because conspiracy is the name of the game. And yet, they've got people thinking that if you use that word, or if you say anything that other people told you was a conspiracy, that you wear a tinfoil hat. And my daughter gave me a tinfoil hat for my 70th birthday that just passed. And it's tall like a dunce cap. And I laughed about it. And I love it. But I mean, I don't like it if I'm not going to say anything about it. Well, I mean, I did. I wore it to a little music thing I did. And it was a big hit, I guess. Somebody called me the Pope, because it's a big tall hat, and I didn't like that, but I didn't say anything because it was a gig, and I didn't want to. I mean, I could have said something to the person that said it because she was a bandmate, and all I would have said was, hope not, something like that, because I don't preach with people much at all, but they know, that I'm doing what I'm doing. So Krell says, Jesus' interactions with men, women, rich, poor, ill, and healthy were all just as significant. Absolutely. Krell says, no partiality really, as I understand it. I agree. I'm not saying that there weren't different tasks at that time. That, I don't know if, I think Jesus did send out, when he sent out the 70, I don't know if there were females among them. I don't see any, there's no mention of it. But I know there were, the female disciples were, at least one of them, or more than one actually, evidenced being more in tune with the mind of Jesus than, not that there's a competition for it, but than the ones that were in male vehicles. So they get all the press, okay? They got all the attention. But that might be because they needed that experience to overcome their egos and things like that. Where now some of them may have come back in male vehicles at the end here. And because they needed that. So it doesn't really matter what gender our vehicle is. What matters is that we outgrow seeing people by the gender or treating people differently because of gender, unless it's something that is based on somebody's skill or something. But then it's not about the gender, it's about that they can do this job better. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of women are, from my experience, are better managers. In a lot of ways. But I'm not saying there aren't plenty of good male managers. But that's just from my experience, personal experience, and of course, some men are better at work that takes a lot of muscles. To be able to do for 8 or 9 hours a day and still be not full of aches and pains. Of course, a woman can get used to that too, and they can build their body, and they can maybe even do the same work with less muscles. So, it's not like that's a big determination, but like when we were lifting furniture, because we traveled so much that we were loading trucks. Every 6 months we were probably loading trucks full of, really nice furniture. And so, Doe would say, go get Alex Odie and Glenn Odie or something to help lift this couch. Even though June Odie could lift a lot, and she was like, under 100 pounds, like about 5'2". So, but she certainly could, do plenty, but wouldn't be the first person that would come to Doe's mind if he was looking for somebody to help lift a couch. But if she was there and she was eager to try, Doe was fine with that, and that happened plenty of times. I know this is obvious stuff, but sometimes the obvious stuff escapes us. Like, to me, I'm not even going to say I could be wrong about this, but when I watched that movie, The Inconvenient Truth, that Al Gore put on in around 2001, maybe it was, and or two, maybe might have been even 2 or 3 even. It made sense to me that humans' carbon dioxide export was causing global warming. I mean, I didn't question it. I didn't think that didn't make sense. I didn't necessarily think it did make sense. I mean, I wasn't like, I don't know, I just wasn't enthusiastic about it at all. But I didn't discount that it was possible. And so until maybe a month later or so, I was talking with this person who I knew had a strong physics background, I believe as a teacher in high school, maybe. I'm not sure exactly. But, and he had a friend with him, and somehow that came up. And I said, I kind of, maybe that is happening. Maybe that makes sense. And he said, well, no, the Earth is too big. And I'm not saying that that's the criteria, but when he said that, it's like, oh, okay. I just thought about it, and it made sense to me also. I mean, so, but then I ended up studying the subject while I was writing the book, and I kept on seeing all this things happening on the sun, like I just pointed out there. The other one I could put on the screen. I'm forgetting what that was, though. That's not that one. Not that one. Oh, come on, what was it? That's it, that's the one. That shows the sun in the middle of the screen on the left side. It looks like a big yellow sun. It's got this big hole in it, and you can see like little dots behind it. And I don't know if those dots are stars or it's something, objects in the middle of the sun. And it's even cut off straight on one side, which I don't know if that's from the way that it was cropped. But maybe not, because things like that, well, we'll see. You can see that that's not, because here's the same picture above it is the same picture. But it's an object that's in the corona that's got this straight edge on it. And the reason why the sun is black in the middle there, the very middle, is because of the little arm that they put that extends in front of the camera a certain distance, so that at that altitude, the distance from the sun, that camera can block out the parts of the rays of the sun so that we can see the corona, what's happening in the corona. But they took it away for the picture on the bottom there, the yellow sun with the big hole in it. And then it's got these other caverns there too. I don't know if those are caverns or holes. I mean, a cavern and a hole would be the same thing, right? But I don't know if it's. I mean, there's that scripture that said the sun would be darkened and the moon shall not give her light. So imagine if that was over the whole sun. Wouldn't you think of that as being the sun being darkened if it wasn't? And if it was darkened, then that would be a reason why there wouldn't be any moon. So maybe that's yet to happen. Maybe they were showing us this. Because I think this happened like around 2007 or so. And it wasn't the only time this happened, by the way. It's happened a number of times, actually. That this big cavern would open up. But it wasn't Earth-facing. It has to be down at the bottom of the sun, I think, to be more Earth-facing. From our perspective. Krill says, I don't even use the word conspiracy because I think it's such a loaded term and we are conditioned to use the word so people will dismiss things that would otherwise be obvious. Good point. No, black hole may lead to other universes, says Tab 2120. Yes, exactly. If you want to call it universes or galaxies or, who knows what, right? My understanding is that it's all the next level's domain. They're not just another space race, but the space aliens want people to believe that the next level is just another space race and even an evil space race that are coming to destroy the Earth. When it's true that the next level is coming to recycle and that there'll be a certain amount of destruction physically on the Earth for that to happen, like a gardener that's plowing under their field, okay, so that they can start fresh. But they happen to be the ones that created this planet, so that they own us already. So they're not evil for doing that. Like the weeds in the garden, they would think that the farmer was evil. Booster says, I'm sounding good and coherent tonight, Sawyer. Good job. Thank you. Oh, I meant to say for you all that maybe were on the last live stream or the part of it, because I know a lot of people don't listen to the whole live streams, but the part of it where I talked about being in contact with Mark and Sarah, the Heaven's Gate website, webmasters, And what I said in the last live stream was that I tried to ask them some questions about some things that I wanted to do with the pictures that I already drew. I think I mentioned them. And other things that I might want to use in a video, and if they had any problem with me doing that, using those materials. And I was talking about in the live stream how I didn't hear back from them about it, but I did learn from Juan Odie that they got it, I think, unless I'm misinterpreting everything. And that they kind of answered me through Juan Odie, which wasn't their intention. I don't think they didn't say it to Juan Odie to share it with me, but Juan Odie felt to share it with me because it mentioned me in it at the same time that they were unapproving of Juan Odie's releasing all the audio tapes that they had been holding on to for many years. And so I got an email today. I picked it up. That was from them, from Mark and Sarah, Mark Odie and Sarah Fody, former members of the Heaven's Gate group that also dropped out, and but were given tasks to do, just like all of us have tasks to do. But they got more tasks related to the logistics of tying up the loose ends of the estate that they had. Their cars. We're going to be done with their cars and some of the money they left behind and what it was for and different things, which is a whole nother thing to talk about. But so I heard back from them, and they said that they thought it was a good idea, especially now, to have more communication. And so I wrote back to them expressing a bunch of things that were on my mind that they were saying and doing that I don't agree with, being from Tiendo's mind, by the evidence that we have of what comes from Tiendo's mind through the audio tapes and the written materials galore. And so I haven't heard back from them on those things, but as far as I'm concerned, if they want to work together on something that's a positive effort, completely aligned with everything Tiendo taught, not telling people that the gate was closed in so many words, by telling people that there's nothing to do now except for study their materials. Well, yes, study their materials, of course, because nobody can stand up for Tiendo, and nobody's going to disseminate their information if they don't know what they're saying and knows that information, right? So, yes, study the materials, but that's not the only thing to do now, because they said that you're preparing for being reincarnated. Now, I've had several people tell me that they responded in this way to emails that people, asked about things, what to do now, and that's the response they got back. And so I'm not going to go into all the things that I disagree with them on, that they said in interviews and things, but I did bring them all up, and I would like them to clear up misunderstandings, which is what they said in the email also that they hope to do. And they gave me two emails, actually, one that said very little, each of them, but when I hear back from them, I know they can, I don't know, I know some individuals sometimes maybe report to them things that I might say. I don't think that's a bad thing. I'm not saying that happens all the time. but somehow they knew that I said that about on the live stream, and I don't think I've said it anywhere else much, but maybe I have, because my Facebook page, but it wouldn't be my Facebook. It could be a number of places, actually, a YouTube channel, and that I've been saying it, so who knows where they picked it up from, but it doesn't matter. They responded to me. That's what counts, and that's a positive, I believe, because I don't have any intention of talking, about them in any kind of derogatory way, unless they're saying things that don't come from T&O's mind. And the evidence of that is things that we all heard and that are in the audio tapes and the... now, they didn't hear the tapes from 1987 on. So, there's a certain amount of limitation in that, but they know the bottom lines, and so, let's see, what happens is the same way that I fell off the wagon and gave into sensuality was I justified all the times where I was letting my guard down and allowing thoughts to be in my head and not following procedures that we had for dealing with things. Thinking it wasn't a big deal, or that wasn't a lot of time that I allowed my eyes to look at something that I shouldn't have allowed my eyes to look at. So I believe the same things happen to all the dropouts and everybody, actually, because it's overcoming letting our vehicles get their way and letting our boogers get their way, boogers being the way that T&O described those souls that fell away, that the next level wants us to have experience with outgrowing their arguments. And so that's why they're here, to help us gain strength of mind. Because we need the strength of mind in order to actually pilot a next level grown vehicle, physical vehicle. Because it doesn't have its own power supply and a brain that, it can have a certain kind of a computer system that requires experience to actually pilot it and use it for all its capacities. Doe talked about that in the tape that I played on this live stream about negativity being like a computer virus. Which Doe said in 1992. What I will never do is restrict usage, restrict availability to anyone of those tapes. Now, I'm not, at this point, I'm not ready, well, maybe this will change, but if I come up with a way of somebody sending me at least a 50 gigabyte drive, or maybe even more than that, if they, a 64 gigabyte drive, if possible, I would upload everything I have to that so that they could have it to do what they want with it. And I don't know, because anybody in there could do that, and could be wasting my time even. And who knows what, they might do with it. So I think it's still better to just post them. And then individuals can look at them in their own speed, in their own time, and I don't have to think about whether I'm sending it to somebody that is like pearls, before swine. They can appear to be, positive and everything, but they could be doing that just to trick me into something, who knows. That's why I don't want to just make it into but pretty soon here, it's all the tapes are going to be they're already up on the web, okay? We've had 196 of them on in different places for years, and I've been sending 4 gigabytes worth of data to people many times. I mean, probably many dozens of times. Well, maybe not many dozens, but for years I've been doing that, though. And so nobody's being deprived of the information now. But it is, according to requests, and so I make posts. And I think the posts work, but you may have to if you want, send me an email if you want me to send you links that I'm talking about. See, now part of me doesn't want to do it in case I can't trust that Mark and Sarah won't try to do something to try to shut down those venues. So it's complicated now. But, even if he does, even if they do, it's not going to stop me and others from posting. So it's kind of like stupid, I think, to try to make copyright claims on anybody else. And even on the For Shared site of Carlotes. Doesn't make any sense why you would do that. Why do you want to restrict information from T and Do? Well, what I was told by them at one point was that it was like casting pearls before swine. Okay, well, but how are you going to avoid that? I mean, that could be happening any time. That could be happening on the website by people having the ability to download the Heaven's Gate book and read it and cut and paste it. You could say that. That had things that they wanted to do with it that were negative. If they want to do all those things just because they want to read it and stuff, see, it doesn't make any sense. That's how we can lose our senses about what makes sense. That's what I was trying to get to before. Giving examples of that, how that happened to me with the global warming subject, to where I saw that the sun was heating up the magma, and also cosmic rays were potentially heating up the magma, and the sun was actually blocking the cosmic rays from getting to the earth. But that, because of different things that humans were doing, might have been changing the way those solar storms were reacting with the earth. I don't know exactly about that, but that, you even see the proof in the fact that volcanoes were shown to canopy the earth with their ash and their gases that include CO2 that actually changed the growing seasons. In Europe, when it happened in Indonesia with a volcano in the 1800s, I think it was, they lost their growing season in Europe, and there was no summer in Vermont. You can look it up on Wikipedia or something. The Year Without a Summer might have been the title of maybe the book that was written or whatever. But there's a bunch about it in the Wikipedia. There was anyway. And so if we know that that material can blocks the sun, because if you lose your growing season because the sun's rays aren't getting through to the planet. So that's what the CO2 is doing. It's blocking the sun. And that's justified by it's not holding in the heat. So it's actually more towards an ice age, which some of the things that have been discovered in Antarctica are pointing to happening. That an ice age is coming, actually. And, okay, so maybe both is happening, is what I think. And ever so gradually at this point. And then another little evidence that the whole human-caused climate change is a bunch of baloney. That's a conspiracy theory, actually. It's definitely a theory. And but they put together to conspire to pull the wool over people's eyes, even though they might have believed it, But that's hard to imagine if you actually studied the subject, that you wouldn't come up with looking at the sun and then looking at the heated geysers that are underneath the ocean, that are melting the ice also, that have been discovered. In the last few years, I saw a report about that. And, by clinging to this idea that humans are causing it because of their fossil fuel use is convenient for a lot of ways, that I don't know if I'll go into right now, in my opinion. But Bill Gates, he's got a company he's supporting that's, putting contrails in the air, putting some different kind of chemical mixtures in the air that will block the sun, is what he's talking about. He tailors the design of that idea on that Indonesian volcano and other volcanoes that have caused cooling on the Earth, different places on the Earth. I mean, it makes sense that it's making more shade, right? Where there was normally wasn't shade. So that's, that tells you a lot. So CO2, which comes from the smog that we see, is part of that. We can definitely see that hovers over cities and blocks the sun also. But does it amplify, or does it hold in heat from rising up? I don't know. Maybe it does, because the cities are warmer generally, right? Even small towns could be warmer than the rural areas, because of the cars and the industry and the heating in the houses and and the heating of the sun that heated up all the materials that are still vibrating that heat. So it doesn't make any sense to me anymore. And the fact that they don't want to debate it in a public forum, like during the Democratic convention, they were all for it. All of them were in favor of some part of the Green New Deal, even though they had their own definition of it. And I'm not saying that all the things in the Green New Deal are bad. Some of them are great, I think, if they do them more than a token way. But even if they do them in a token way, at least somebody's going to potentially benefit from, like if they end up putting giving the states money so that they can pay plumbers to put in new pipes in many of the old houses that have lead contamination. I believe they said it in this new bill that's being debated now by Democrats and Republicans, and Democrats are even not totally for it. See, the thing is, people are switching parties in different ways, not necessarily right while they can't do it. Well, I don't know if they can do it once they're in office. But then again, Bernie became a Democrat to run against Hillary, right? And he was an independent before that, and he's listed as an independent now. So they may be thinking that this is the best strategy to get people weaned from oil because they want the oil for their underground cities and for their rockets. They still don't know how to come up with a way of launching rockets into space without using refined fuels from oil and natural gas. And the fracking gases. And the shale oil and the coal oil, all that, and the different kinds of crude and stuff. So I think they're stockpiling. I've already seen reports that they were filling in caverns that were filled with water or something. Because let's say you thought that an asteroid could hit. There's been a bunch of near misses that inside the orbit of the moon. That's like in universal time, of time and space. That's like on the doorstep of the house. That's the doorstep of the house for sure. One little change in the trajectory, and that object is going to smash into the earth. So what are the things that they want to do? They want to protect themselves from that. So they hide in the mountains and underground facilities. That's what it says in the Book of Revelations, chapter 6. That they run to. So I think part of the COVID crisis was to kind of do a dry run of getting everybody to be able to communicate remotely and do their jobs remotely and watch the public remotely. So that's why they're trying to install a Chinese system, it seems like. Especially in the cities. So they'll be able to spot the people that are disobeying. Because disobedience to them is almost like a religion now. Australia is really enforcing it. But even the mask mandates now seem to be like more about that than about, because even the WHO admitted that it was for obedience. Because they said that you don't need a mask if you're unless you're in a healthcare setting. And they said it was also good for people to have a business of making masks. Maybe I should go into that business. See, if you make the mask too well, then you block out more oxygen, potentially. I don't know. They can make a mask to where, actually the best mask would be the ones that have your own oxygen supply. So why don't they make all the kids wear that? That would be a boom for industry. You could start businesses on making those kind of masks with little mini oxygen supplies that can be restored. But no, they won't go that far. Because they really don't want to solve the problem. I mean, they do. Some do. Most do, I think. But the big wigs aren't even thinking about that. They want to solve the problems, but they want to continue with the same technology as a way to solve the problem, which is through their technology. And that's what, because that provides them with the increasing of that technology, because they don't have the answers. And so it is hunting pack. We are being experimented on as guinea pigs. We're in the animal trial. We're the animals. But all those that are alive, because because we all have different degrees of having to, deal with the ramifications of what they're trying to put upon us. Negotiating so that we can continue to have our jobs and do things that we'd like to do for fun, like go to concerts and things. I mean, I don't do those things anymore, but unless my daughter wanted me to go with her on to something, then I would. But because there's nothing wrong with having fun. Next level has fun, but the fun that we choose to have shouldn't be the fun on somebody else's back. So it's not. They're never in favor of sarcasm. Like ranking people out and stuff like that. As fun and. But certainly, watching entertaining movies, exercising, going to museums, listening to music are all fun things that we were given in the classroom. But in the classroom, we were required, if we wanted to stay in that classroom, to have only the fun that was provided to us. Only the pleasures, let me put it that way, the pleasures that were provided to us. They're not against pleasure. And they're not against us having nice things. They just don't want us to want them, which is a twist, right? That's the kind of things that Tiendo said all the time, that don't go the way you expect them to go. They want us to have nice things, but they don't want us to want them. Kind of makes your head go, what? How's that? But see, the reason for it is, which Tiendo didn't tell us at the time, that I remember, was that the next level wants us to want what they want for us. And wants us to learn that things weren't going to make us ultimately happy and growing and moving up. I mean, that'd be fun. It could be good distractions. They could even be good tools. on that road, like to be able to go on the internet and read all Tiendo's information. And so it's an excellent tool. And to be able to communicate with people like the way we're doing. Excellent tools. Nothing wrong with technology. Tiendo weren't all against anything, but they were wanting people to choose what's coming from their minds over what's coming from the minds of the human kingdom. Even though some of their minds is mixed into the human kingdom. And that's where there are more percentages of good people than, or good in the world than there are baddies, though there might be more baddies, actually in numbers. I know I'm repeating myself from earlier in the live stream, but I know there's always new people coming in here, and all these thoughts to me are they're great. They're great thoughts. They're from Tiendo's mind, not mine. But now they're in my mind. Uh-oh. I just got a no data signal there from my OBS software. Oh no, from YouTube. Well, I might cut this one a little short tonight. Right, what good is keeping, from Booster, what good is keeping next level information hidden from the world? I don't see any good to it. Wouldn't the evolutionary kingdom level above human be better served by those two releasing everything? Yes, I think so. Well, it happened. I don't know if you know this or not, Booster, because maybe but we have all the audio tapes now. Well, maybe not every one of them, but we have over 914, I think, digital. And there's ways. I'll send people packets. So just send me an email, and I'll put together different packets full of them. But it's 50 gigabytes worth of data. And I've already sent people many of the first 196. So let me know in an email whether you got those, so I don't resend them to you. But I'll send you from the new batch. A lot of great things. I've played one or two here on this live stream, and Carl Lodi had them posted on for shared, but apparently somebody took them down or claimed that it was a copyright infringement, and they got taken down. I don't know who did that for a fact. But I'm talking to Mark and Sarah about it. I just haven't heard back from them yet. That kind of updates you, Booster, if you haven't, because maybe you haven't been around for a while. Booster says, Sawyer, do you believe that the soul that is implanted in your vehicle will eventually reach the next level in the distant future, another age? I would like to believe that that's true. But there's no guarantees. I don't doubt that this soul will be saved for a future opportunity, but it might be saved on ice, right? If I haven't grown enough to be a awarded a new vehicle with elementary service of some sort in the next level. I don't know if I have or not. As long as I continue to not be against them and teaching against them, that's what I'm talking about. Because even though we can all stand to grow from keeping control over our vehicles in terms of the document major offense list and lesser offenses in the Heaven's Gate book, in the front of the Heaven's Gate book, and the 17 steps. I think the biggest criteria of whether or what's going to happen with the souls of the former students it's still based on what we do now while we have vehicles. If some developed into people that were talking against Doe being from the next level and everything that they taught, or as if that was a negative, being from the next level, that some people could actually think that they're the bad space aliens and trying to capture everybody. And so if somebody's walking around, telling people that and believing that, then I don't know what's going to happen to that soul when that vehicle dies. It's going to get what it believed. That's what Doe said would happen to all of us. We get what we believed before we died. Believing meaning what we did also is part of what we believed. Like, you go to work every day, you believe in doing that because it makes you money so that you can eat, right? So you're believing in it as you're doing it. And so it's not the things that we just, have in our heads. Oh yeah, I believe kind of that's true, Sure, I believe that. It's the things that we actually have conviction to believing and we're working for in some way. Whether that's, we're studying or we're doing something proactive with it. That's what we're going to get. We'll have the same things going on after we leave these vehicles, whether we're put on ice right away or not. And I'm talking to anybody that is out there that has a soul deposit, and even that doesn't have a soul deposit, because even curiosity in this information can be enough for the next level to drop a soul deposit onto somebody right now. It can happen to them right now while they're sitting at their computer thinking about this. But having that deposit doesn't mean that they're going to grow it into a plant that sprouts, into a sprouting soul. And what can happen is it can go actually backwards. If it's not used, it ends up kind of atrophying to where the ideas that maybe once sounded interesting and maybe true, or even true, we kind of have different explanations for, or we just don't think about it anymore, and we put our time into something else in a human endeavor. That's the next level is going to decide, though, for each person where their soul and or spirit, because the spirit can be different from the soul, is going to be stored or given service in a future environment that may be preserved from the recycling right here on Earth. Certain places of the globe may just not go through much. They may lose their infrastructure, but the people may be, fine surviving with solar panels and, for a while until they can, reconstruct steam-powered devices. And I don't know if it's going to go that way. But if the next level is behind it, then it can definitely go that way. And I don't know if, people now will see that happen. But there was some indication that it would all be completed within this generation, that we're still talking about it. So that means, before the old age of the vehicles that are hearing about this now. But see, that might continue for, well, no, I don't know. I don't know, how far that continues. But if you look at the Book of Revelations as a guide, which there's a number of reasons to believe a lot of it can be a guide, there's 2 more seals happening after the 4th seal, which I believe are in that period right now of the 4th seal. Because during the 5th seal, some of us may lose our vehicles by different ways. Obviously, that's going to eventually happen. But so that's the 5th seal. Then there's the 6th seal, which is when a huge earthquake happens. That's the biggest ever, and the database, the heaven. You can think of heaven as being like a spacecraft, and also a database for storage of souls and spirits. That is removed from the earth like a scroll. They described it like a scroll. So that's like saying the way it's removed is like a scroll rolling up, but it could also mean that it's a database. A scroll is an object that contains information. And each of the spirits are like little modules of information from the experiences that they had while they were living in a human vehicle. And souls are that same thing. But with the addition of next level mind that has grown within that soul, that they're, in various degrees of putting into motion and applying in service to the next level, that no doubt will become more and more challenging to interface with a lot of people. Not that it has to be to a lot of people. It's not about numbers. The next level has a way of, everybody having a chance to grow. They said that right from 1975, that this was, all life forms were going to be moving up during this time. And that means, there's spirits from the animal kingdom that are potentially becoming parts of human families, or domesticated animals is showing evidence of that. And especially when the animals get to the point to where they don't even want to run away anymore. And they don't. If the pack was out there, out the front door, in the road, doing whatever the pack does, when there's a bunch of dogs around together, they would see it and say, and the person might even say, go out there and play with them if you want a little bit. And And I could see the dog, going like wagging his tail as if he wants to do it, or she wants to do it, and then thinking, no, 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 and then turning his head back. I can just see a dog doing that. I don't know if my dog ever did it, because my dogs always ran out the door. But then they came back, because they knew where their family was. And so those spirits are moving up also. So Booster says, be careful, no one sends you a spyware infected flash drive. Yeah, there you go, I don't want to have to worry about all that. No one's going to be shorted, because we've had 196 tapes all this time, and, I'm going to still send them out. So I'm going to continue to do it the way I'm doing it. We're just sending out, zip folders of some of the tapes. Some people are volunteering to do transcribing it again. And I mentioned it every time that I'd love to see that. Mainly because then if I have it in words, I can search that really easily to find things. Search on keywords and stuff, right? So that's why the biggest reason I want it. But so if you want to do that, anybody wants to do that, I'll send them the files, and I'll send them a list of the ones that have been done already, so that you don't duplicate your work. There's somebody that's typing in the Transfiguration Diet book finally. I've had that in picture form for a long time, but then again I can't search that, and there are some things in that are that at the time were new information, like the 3 I's. And like the first I is, whenever we say I this or I that, I'm going to the store. Who's going to the store? Well, of course the vehicle's going to the store. But the vehicle wouldn't be going to the store if the mind didn't decide that it wanted to go to the store. So who's talking? The mind that needs food, okay, which came about from the birth of the vehicle, but contains the mind that came genetically. So that's the one I is the genetic I. And then the second I is the environmental upbringing I of the society and everything that had an influence on us and still does, and potentially. And the third I is when we are improving our vehicles and taking control over our vehicles, improving their health or whatever it is we're doing so that we can be in service to the next level. But some people don't, many people don't even know about Tiando, and so, but what happens when we are seeking to improve, we're also we're potentially tapping into more of the next level mind that was provided to this planet beyond the not beyond, but in addition to the tapes and the written materials and the videos, and because it's in the ethers, it's in the environment that people can tap into their mind if we have that inclination. We have to have there has to be some kind of a reason why looking into something makes sense to us. Otherwise, we wouldn't even read the article that says UFOs, crashed in 1947. We'll look at that and say, well, that sounds ridiculous. I can't imagine that people believe that. It probably was the military testing, something, and they just don't want to tell us about it. Because they were advanced many times past where we saw that they were advanced. Which a lot of that's true, but doesn't mean that, that's the end of the story. So, but, some people aren't ready to go to that next. Well, I take that back. I think everybody is ready for that. Or it wouldn't be given to us to understand is part of the reality of the next level and how they even come physically to the planet to release their existing vehicle and then go to the vehicle that they had deposited with a soul so that they can take it over, the vehicle, and make it into their servant so that they can finish their own overcoming by filling their soul more with the mind from the next level. And then qualifying to graduate and continuing to grow thereafter. So it's that plain and simple, really. And there's an awful lot that's been written and said in science fiction and whatnot that is related to that. But I don't know that anything, well, no, nothing has the picture nearly as close to what's most accurate and real than what T and O have provided. I know, because I'm a part of many groups of people that are talking about all the things, and they have many pieces of the puzzle. But the biggest pieces of the puzzle are the piece that shows T and O's faces. Their mind, their information, their identities, as being the return of the ones that were called the Father and Jesus, Jehovah and Moses, and the same ones that were Jehovah and Elijah, and Elohim and Enoch, and Elohim and Adam, and that Eve came from Adam. So, some of her mind also came from the next level's family. Because all they had to do was not follow instructions, and then hide it, and then become, engaged in human behavior of, sexuality, reproduction. Not sexuality so much as reproduction, wanting to propagate multiplicity, because of the attachments to the human kingdom through family that are fine attachments to have, but the next level family is also a family, and that's why people go out on their own from the existing families, usually because there's aspects of that existing family that they just don't jive with. See, that's where people that are the children, grown children from people who are very wealthy, have a disadvantage in a sense. Maybe you could look at it that way. I don't know if T and O would say this way, but because they've got that huge financial incentive to follow in the footsteps of their caregivers or parents, whether they're adopted or biological. But And that can be a big lure to going along with them, and, living according to their wishes to some degree. And so what happens is a lot of those children do just stay around and go into the family business and become actors and actresses and and singers and dancers and scientists and teachers, university, and social workers. It's social work would then be actually one of the highest jobs in terms of next level thinking, because Doe said that the best behavior we can have when the older members aren't incarnate anymore is to be a humanitarian. So in that way, I'm glad the borders are open. But you know what's interesting? They didn't open the Canadian border. It was only the Mexican border that they opened. Now I think they might be opening more of the Canadian border, but they're debating about it, and they're talking about COVID, but they're not concerned about the COVID coming across the southern border. And see, I learned that from, I didn't really see that way as that strong dichotomy in those two points of view, policies, until I was listening to it talked about on a right-wing radio station. So that's the benefit of opening our ears to all sides of the coin that we can get. Of course, some of them I can't open my ears to anymore, like the QAnon people. And if somebody pointed me to something that was said, and I'd go look at it again. But I'm not going to become a QAnon interpreter like some people have become, That's a whole bunch of manipulation. And to compare that, if that's what the comparison was with the way that we believe in Jesus' prophecies and coming true through Tiendo and some of the things in the book of Revelations being related to talking about Tiendo, which we also Tiendo talked about tiny bit with the two witnesses and the woman and the man in Revelation 12, and Armageddon being a war for souls, and that there would be plagues and things in these last days, and now we see it, and many other things. All that is available for us to put those puzzle pieces together. Why? So that if we can learn some of those things, like even the scriptures, that Christians would have to at least take notice of, the interpretation or translation of that, I think we might tend to having Tiendo's information gives some insights to interpretations and translation options. And that's what my book is about. And I give that away for free, by the way. It's posted on my blog in 10 or 12 posts, because it's very, very, very long. And but the name of it is Tiendo, the Father and Jesus, Heaven's Gate, UFO, Two Witnesses. Big long name with all their titles, so to speak, and primary subject matter. Well, actually, overcoming isn't in there, which is the conquering and overcoming, prevailing against the negative. It's the positive prevailing against the negative in all ways. The way we think about ourselves, if we have a thought that puts ourselves down, I'm not saying that, I don't think, someone told me the other day that he sent me a clip of a YouTube video of someone singing, and he said, it was a person that's, well known, in some crowds, and he said I have kind of a raspy voice, and so I'd be able to sing that. And I wrote back to him and said, I'm such a poor singer. I can't hardly carry a tune. I don't have any range. I don't have, I don't know how to start something the same way every time and be in key. I mean, I can kind of bend to it. I can't do that. So the last thing I said, maybe not true. But he came back and said, I don't agree. I think you can do it. And anyway, but why did I bring that up? Duh. Better go back to the chat room before I talk myself off the chair, because I'm getting tired too. What happens when Mark and Sarah die? Will the website go down? I don't know, but I've been sent. I have the website that Riccoti initially had. If somebody wants to put it up again somewhere, I wouldn't suggest doing it now, because T&Do made that website and they gave the instruction for Mark and Sarah to maintain it, and they have done that. So that part of the task that they were given, they've done very well, as far as I'm concerned. I'm not their judge anyway, okay? But I can judge whether they're operating giving correct information relative to what T&Do taught. So, and that's some of that's going to be debatable, because we have the choice to see things in different ways, even the same little piece of information. Like if you say to a Christian or a Jewish person or an Islamic person that you're not supposed to kill another human, some of them will say, well, they meant murder. In other words, the premeditated kind of thing. Is that what they're saying? That it has to be like first-degree murder? But that's not what it says in the Moses materials surrounding the idea of a human dying because of another human. They even included if you got stabbed by the horn of a bull that was in your care, that got out of the pen and rammed somebody and killed them, that there was something to pay for that. In other words, we need to be very respectful about the things that we have that can potentially harm somebody else, and really make a priority that, so if we do own a firearm, which I don't, we really got to make sure that, it's out of reach of kids, and of course all practical ideas, and that we don't just pull it out for any old reason, I'm not saying that T&Do wouldn't have had humans, the next level would not have supported humans making weapons to kill other humans with those weapons. So that's all coming from the human minds with the space alien minds of having some influence as well, which I'm not going to try to describe how they can support that. I don't know that T&Do would be against self-defense, but I think they would try to have self-defense. The first way would be to not be in in the firing path of somebody that's could threaten their lives, to staying away from circumstances, and then asking the next level for help if they find themselves in a circumstance, because the next level could step in and actually change the mind of somebody that might be acting in a deranged way, or so that, or even make it so that they don't see you because you've asked for help. They just pay attention to somebody else, or they get to you and they don't pull the trigger. That's all happened to people in these mass shootings. You never know why that can be the case. It could be the next level stepping in there. Because, the Luciferians, they also want law and order, okay? But the next level, but they can also benefit from chaos, because when there's chaos, which is another way of, I think, describing confusion, then people more and more don't know what is true and what's not about anything, potentially. And that's not their fault. But it is something to overcome when you hear things that make sense to you about somebody's belief system. And if you don't continue to listen to those people, what they're saying, I'm talking about anybody on the internet or wherever, if they're saying something that makes sense to you, and you keep on staying with them in some way, following them on Facebook or something, or subscribing to their channel or whatever it is, you'll do that until you're not getting anything new from them that you're, valuing. And like Piano said in the very beginning, that if they met somebody that knew more than they knew, they would, they would pay attention to that person until they were no longer providing them with the things that they didn't know about. So we're the same ilk of that, potentially, and following in their footsteps, to be open-minded to new things, because that's how the next level can help us recognize the greater realities that they represent and that they provide. That take us sometimes time to, well, it always takes us time to digest what the next level provides. And that stages also, and that's repeatedly happening, potentially, by even listening to the same tapes over and over again. But so always encourage listening to the tapes. And I always hear things that even when I was in the same meeting that I didn't remember hardly at all. Or sometimes I began to remember it when I was listening to the tape. Sometimes after the second time I was listening to the tape, I would begin to remember that. Then you would think, well, maybe you knew you were there, and so maybe you're remembering it because you knew you were there. But no, there's actually a sense of remembering it without actually picturing myself in that meeting, which sometimes I do feel that when I listen to some of the tapes, that I can actually remember that meeting, like the house that we were in and things like that. But other times I can't remember exactly where that was. but it sounds familiar. I shouldn't say can't, but I haven't been able to sometimes remember exactly where I heard something. So I don't know what happens when they die, but I'm not worried about it, because I think the next level can keep their information alive and well for as long as they want to. And we're part of that. We can have that task, but the task is for us, our growth. They don't need us to do the task, but they know there's going to be people that are going to do the task, because there's people that were implanted with souls, deposited with souls, was the first way that they described it, where the implant word was used mostly with the space aliens implants, which the next level doesn't do that kind of an implant. But they do have a form of tagging somebody, a vehicle, for use, for the future, for a soul to return to. But that doesn't mean that being tagged, that the person is going to automatically wake up to the task and fulfill the task. So Tiendo they had the choice to wake up and work together, and everything they did thereafter. At any point, they could have turned around and said, I had enough. And Doe almost did it one time, in a sense, when he got Rocky Mountain spotted fever. He told us that he at one point he would be curling up in bed and felt like he wanted to leave. And he asked T if he could leave. And he felt like T said that he could if he wanted to. But then he decided that he needed to stay here and finish the task. And he got better. And he continued. That was like about 1988, 87. White Feather Lakes, Colorado, is where he had a craft. Because I went there when he was sick with Sorority to bring him notes from the place where we were living. And he came out in his bathrobe. He looked fine. I mean, he didn't look like, he was dying. I didn't get that impression at all. Because we were taught by Tiendo to not give in to our symptoms. But that didn't mean that if something, happened, that we wouldn't go to the doctor. We did. Doe went and had a hernia fixed in approximately 1986 or 7. 6, I think. 7, well, maybe it was 7 or 8, actually. They believed in the use of medicines. And he even complimented the Human Kingdom in tape 149 about that, there's been a lot of really good medicines that were coming out. That was in 1984 or 5 that she said that. And we know now that there's a whole bunch of medicines that, like in Brazil, they've got these doctors that have this long list of things to take for any of the variants, the Delta variant or the Gamma variant or the other one. What's it called? Epsilon variant? I don't know what it is, but it's one that's even worse, I think, than the others. They're going to keep on coming up with new variants because they're making new variants. that's part of what viruses do. And it's now been pretty proven that getting immunity from a virus naturally is far better because of the way that the T cells and some other kind of cells grow when they interface with the different receptors on the total virus, as opposed to just the spike proteins that are in the backs. So you're only getting like a partial potential immunity from a virus when the spike protein is the only thing they have to go on to build antibodies to. See, we know all these things. Humans know all these things, and humans have passed all these things on. And those of us who have been studying it see those things, and then we finally see them. First we hear them talked about here, and and then those people are banned, and things like that happen, which happened many times. I was witnessing, and then we see it come out in more of a mainstream way. In fact, what I just talked about, came out because of the Israeli experience with having more people in the hospital that were vaccinated than that were not vaccinated, even though they're saying the opposite is the case in the United States. And it may be the opposite in the United States. I don't know. It may have to do with which, the fact that, you've got how many different vaccinations, 4 or 5 different models. If you want to look at it that way, it's like, that's a way to also confuse the issue. But see, they're all experimenting. It's not like they're doing that to confuse the issue. I don't think so. I think they want to find solutions. They want to have the viruses, the vaccinations work on people without side effects. So there's like over 250 companies that are presently working on making vaccinations. I heard a doctor just testify to yesterday or today, but which I don't disbelieve. See, I don't disbelieve stuff like that has no. It doesn't sound like it has an agenda to it, or it doesn't sound like an exaggeration, or it doesn't sound like a tag the dog. Pulling you in a different way of thinking, pulling you into the same limited way of thinking about things. There's only one solution: the vaccination. Okay, it's the only solution there is to the viruses. Although we've had centuries of experience working with viruses through uses of other substances that are available in our food. But of course, the diet's been so, the agricultural business has become so based on using chemical fertilizers, so that the soil is so dead that they have to, put in, and they know how to, put in good fertilizers, but, sometimes they put in too much potassium, or what it is, and so that the plants grow bigger. But we don't want them to be bigger necessarily. We want them to have the same nutritional value and to have better shelf life, longer shelf life, and they pick things before they're ripe, and so that they can ship around the country. And that's great. I eat avocados all the time that, they don't last very long. So I'm glad, because otherwise I wouldn't have them at all. So I'm not like down on all that. But all those things can potentially take a toll. Now, I don't know how much toll they take. Yeah, I've heard some people say that the most mineral content comes into the fruit or vegetables right up until it's picked. And so eating it fresh off the vine is the most nutritional value, and it's downhill from there. And of course now we're talking about, small, tiny amounts, but they can potentially add up, I guess. And that's why overcooking things is a big no-no. Because you're cooking all the water out of them, and the water holds a lot of the nutrients in stasis, in its cellular fluids, and that all the cells have intracellular fluids and extracellular fluids, and they exchange fluids, and that's how they get new minerals and things, and in order to and when they get a certain amount of force in them, they split, they multiply, and that's what humans do as well. When we get a lot of force, our vehicles want to multiply. So that means, interested in the opposite sex, or just sex, period. Because it all becomes the same program. To end up getting rid of that energy. And that's why, the teachings of the Kundalini force can actually make some sense. The problem is that it's limited to self-awareness. And if you're just aware of yourself, then you're missing the next level awareness that's available, that's outside of us. Self can't solve any problems beyond the human kingdom. And even them ultimately cannot be solved by humans without serious side effects that those said the human medicines have. That the next level medicine doesn't, that the next level provided ingredients don't have. I mean, some people might experience side effects from some, foods, of course, and you could call it allergies. But a lot of that has come about because of negativity and negativity in the past, and even the abuse of items, not even on purpose, but let's say they only had a certain thing to eat all the time, and they ate so much of it that certain toxins that are in all things got accentuated to having problems physically. And so then those get passed on to us, and then we see them as, and then they can trigger that programming of that response we had in our ancestry. And that's why a lot of the children carry the sins of the fathers for 7 generations. That's the way it's said in the Old Testament. I don't know if that was true, because not everything in the Old Testament was preserved by the next level to remain accurate. But what Jesus said was preserved by the next level to keep it accurate, according to Tiendo. Hey Sawyer, I emailed the Heaven's Gate website. Do they still ship out the book? Just wondering, interested in having a copy for myself. Yes, they do. As far as I know, they still do. And they require a cash payment, and I think they're totally reliable to ship you the book for that payment. And I've had people testify to that as well. I haven't had that experience because they were nice enough to send me a case of books years ago when I first got back in touch with the information and wanted to be of service to TNO and told them about, I might have asked, if I could buy one, but at the time I had no money at all. So I don't know what I said to them. I think what I did is I just downloaded it from the website, and I didn't really care if I had the book or not at the time. But then they sent me a case of books and Beyond Human tapes, the series of 6 tapes. And but I gave some of them away, and I sold one, and I felt that was wrong to do. I didn't sell it for like any big amount of money, but I wanted to send them the money because they paid for those publishings of those books, and so they deserve to be paid for them. If they don't have like some endless supply of money, so that they don't have to have that material in order to continue to keep the website up or whatever it is. But so I encourage going to them to buy the books, and I told Mark that in an email one time. I was passing on somebody to them to buy the book, and he appreciated that, hearing that. So all right, folks, I think I've had about all I can do. I'm feeling a little bit dizzy, so it's time for me to close down, I think, for the night. And it's been a pleasure to try to provide some service. And I am in communication with Mark and Sarah again. Not that I ever didn't have to be, but I'm not going to talk about why I'm saying that now. But in case anybody didn't know that, because of other things I said in the last live stream about contacting them and not hearing back from them. So I just heard from them, and they want to communicate. So we'll see what that leads to. I hope it's working together. I don't have to hold, I'm not going to hold them to things that they said in the past that they consider to be mistakes. I don't need them to apologize to me about that. But I wouldn't, if they put out a statement of some sort saying the things that they wish they wouldn't have said or they're thinking differently about now, I would certainly share it with people if they wanted me to share it. Or they could do their own live stream, of course. They can do whatever they want, podcast or something. But like Carlin does with me, if I say things that strike him as, something that I could improve upon based on his perspective of what Tiendo would consider needing to be improved upon, bring it to my attention. Anybody that's listening to me now, if something occurs to them that they wonder whether that's from Tiendo's mind or not, shoot me off an email to sawyerhg@yahoo.com or say it right in the chat room. I'm not going to be embarrassed by it. I don't have anything to lose by being corrected. But I'm going to require, if you're going to talk about something in general that was in a tape, then I would prefer that you go to that tape and try to find that spot and tell me what the spot was, so I can go right to there. And not that it would harm me to listen to the whole tape, but I'm getting more and more busy, and so with trying to work for T and Do, the same task that we all have. But so I would appreciate telling me where you heard this, that T and Do said that I said something that might seem to be contrary. Because maybe it is. Maybe I can re-examine what I said and correct it. But then once I correct it, for somebody to hold that against me would not be a way that a member of the next level would act. No, they would accept our correction as like an apology. It doesn't have to be like a formal apology. Just making a correction that they're making to the public, if they talk to the public about that thing that was brought to their attention, then yes, bring it back to the public. And Jesus even talked about that in different ways, about, taking it to a partner when you have a disagreement with somebody, taking it to a third party, and if the third party, if you don't believe the third party, when you're the person that's being brought something to their attention, and they're siding with the other person that brought the third party in, then bring it to two or three others, right? Or two or more are gathered in my name, there I am among you. That scripture from Jesus was kind of reflecting on that, I think. And then if they don't abide by what happens in the bigger group, then bring it to the whole congregation. Now, we're not going to have a religion here, and we're not that I'm going to be a part of, and we don't have a congregation, and we don't have because I never ask anybody what they believe and what they don't believe, and whether I'm in person with somebody or on these online social media accounts. Some people volunteer things that they believe in, and that's fine. I don't mind. I enjoy hearing what they have to say. But there's no reason to have a group now. I'm not saying that there can't be, because I'm not the one to make that kind of a suggestion or opinion. I can say that there's certain things that might be detrimental about having a group, and there's certain things, like, for instance, not maybe doing as much as we can do as individuals, traveling around the country to be of service to T and Do in different areas. If we're locked into being in a commune, well, that's going to be hard to be a Bedouin commune unless we're living in tents. But if we're living in tents, I guess as long as we have good battery systems or generators, we could potentially still have interface to communication with the internet, because the internet is the prime way of disseminating their information and standing in their defense, because there's so many people that are searching for something that they don't even necessarily know what they're searching for. They want the truth about this, about vaccines or COVID or this, and this leads to this, and this leads to this, and the truth about what happened in Afghanistan, so all that seeking of the truth is potentially being heard by the next level. and the next level can help us find the truth as well. I think we'd be all locked down still, and there'd be total censorship of even what I'm saying, if the powers of the lower forces were allowed to completely take control. Now, a lot of humans are not in total control by those lower forces. And so the next level, knows that. So it may be happening naturally because there's a whole bunch of souls that are still seeking goodness and flexibility and thoroughness and keenness and changeability, changing to the thinking that T and O are providing. That's the meaning of repentance, meant to change your mind. It also meant change your behaviors. But change your mind was a big part of that. And that means change the way you're thinking. Start thinking outside the box of the establishment, because the establishment is, they just want to preserve their jobs and their corporations and their finances and their livelihoods and their agendas that they're doing with that money and stuff. Building underground cities and trying to get off the planet to try to find some elements that can give them zero gravity, and trying to make elements by using particle accelerators so that they can have that zero gravity element that was in those spacecrafts that they took apart to try to figure out how they worked, that were given them from by some of the space aliens, or maybe even from the ones that the next level crashed intentionally. All right. Wow. That is good news, Sawyer. Yes, Meatwad, they will. Kathy Southwestern said to Meatwad. Right, verifying that they do send out, they can be counted on to send the tapes out. I mean, send the, tapes too. But now they've posted those tapes on Vimeo. I believe they did that, and I applaud them for that. And I think they might have also put the book, the Heaven's Gate book, up on a website that's called, let me see if I can find it here. No, not that one. Not that one. Here it is. It's called, it's a Google Drive. That's called z-lib.org. .epub. Well, I guess the EPUB was one part of it. There's different parts to this website, and so I don't know if someone else put it up there, but I think it's great that it's up on that library, and I hope Mark and Sarah don't try to find what I'm talking about and cancel it. Please. I'd like to believe that they put it up there. It doesn't matter to me if they did it or not, but when they put up the videos, those exit videos up on Vimeo, I was glad for that. And but they've been up for a long time on the YouTube channel Heaven's Gate Database. which I don't even know who runs that. But they didn't make any move to file a copyright against them. So I don't know. But in the communication I had with them, it was very limited. They just want to communicate. And so I sent them a whole list of things that was on my mind about corollaries for shared site, and but they didn't tell me anything about whether they were behind that and why and if they regret doing it or whatever, anything. But it was just today that I got an email from them. So I'll report over here, the results of our conversations. I'm not going to promise them that I'm not going to talk about certain things unless it's about their vehicles and where they live and stuff like that. I would never talk about that. I don't even know. I wouldn't even ask them those questions. But if it's about T&O and moving ahead, then I think everybody that believes in T&O has a right to hear what's on their mind. So, but I'm still gonna talk with Doe about what I might say in response to what we might talk about. I'm not against them. I'm against withholding T&O's information from the public. The public being anybody that wants that information, even though some may choose to use it in a nefarious way. It's worth it to have that happen. Because most of that can be shot down really easily anyway, depending on how it's used. I know I used to have somebody that would always tune into my blog. Every post this person knew would receive, I guess, one of my few followers on the blog. And he said he listened to all the audio tapes we had at the time, which was 196 of them. It was hard to imagine. And he found that T&O were nice enough people, but he believed that they believed what they said, but thinks that they were total basket cases, lunatics, crazy. And he was looking for dirt. He wanted to find, and he didn't find any. Out of 196 tapes, there was no dirt. And it's because there is no dirt. That's why it's a boring story for the mainstream entertainment industry when it comes to cults, But we just had that new release, which I still haven't seen, that at least it's still coming out. And at least they're allowing people that believe in them to say something that I'm told was positive about my experience. And 2020 is supposed to come out with one too. We'll see what happens. But they recently, my contact with 2020 recently emailed me, and because of an email I sent thanking them, for the interview that we had in Albany. I traveled there to be in that interview because they were flying into there. And so she wrote back to me, this contact person, and thanked me for thanking them, kind of a nice courtesy kind of thing. But it told me that they were still moving ahead. She might have even said something about that, but no specifics on when that would be released. In due time. Okay, folks. I'll go back to the chat room for a second, and then I'm out of here. Kathy Southwestern always comes in about this time. I guess you get up to go to work or something, huh? Around this time. Good morning, Sawyer. Yes, it is a good morning. Good morning to you, good morning to you. We're all in our places with sun-shining faces. What a good way to start a new day. That was a song that Doe gave us to sing when we woke up so that we get our mind in our vehicle. Get your mind in your vehicle. We taught a parakeet to say that to us. Get your mind in your vehicle. Get your mind in your vehicle. Get your mind in your vehicle. He would say that to us. That we needed to get our minds in our vehicle. Talking about the mind that was in the souls that are returning. We want to bring that mind in. And that's next level mind that they have in those souls. And so those are going to come into the souls of these vehicles. Because we get a different kind of soul when we're becoming a vehicle for our first time, for a returning soul. And it doesn't matter what kind of soul you have. If you got a soul of urine, you got a link, and it's just up to us to grow it. And we can lose it. But the next level's not going to cut us off. We're going to cut ourselves off. I mean, not gonna. We could cut ourselves off. Up for work, okay. Kathy Southwest. All right, well, I'll talk to you next time. Good night.